Go ahead. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this special meeting of Finance and Corporate Services Committee. I think we're actually going to get right into it unless anyone, typically I would make opening comments, and I want to be clear, I'm like really excited and proud of the 2026 budget as proposed, but we have a very long day ahead of us, and I'm going to save those comments for our final budget day in December, but I would ask if anyone else had any comments they wanted to make now instead of that day to ring in. I appreciate that. Not seeing anyone. Thank you. So with that, we're gonna get right into this. I'm gonna ask Mr. Lautenbach to kick us off for operating.
Well, good morning, Chair Davey and members of the committee. I'm pleased to provide a general overview this morning of the 2026 budget, affordable today, ready for tomorrow. Before we get started this morning, I do want to just acknowledge the great work of staff in terms of putting the budget document together. So both Mr. Hagee and Ms. Andrade and the whole budget team, but also the corporate leadership team and other staff within various departments that had input in terms of putting the budget together for this year. I know the council knows that there's a lot of work that goes into the process, but I do want to just acknowledge them to start off the meeting this morning. Just to show where we are in the process right now. So we launched the budget on November 14th. All of the budget material is available at kitchener.ca/budget. Today we're talking about the operating and capital budget, and so council, you'll have an opportunity to provide feedback for the mayor, who will then, under strong mayor legislation that changed a few years ago, propose the formal budget. That will happen on December 1st. Then final budget day will take place on December 11th. The reason that December 26th is indicated is just because there is a set timeline that's in legislation, and so that's why it says that the budget is adopted on the 26th. Rest assured, you do not have to come in on the 26th to finalize the budget. It will be finalized on the 11th, so no worries there. We do have a public input night scheduled for this evening as well, and there's an opportunity for the public to provide feedback through the Engage survey and online if they choose to provide feedback that way. This is just a slide that's a quick snapshot that we provide every year in the budget material, and it's really for the public's benefit just to remind them that there are kind of three main components that we talk about when we get into budget discussions. The operating budget, which is related to the annual delivery of programs and services for our community. The capital budget, which is focused more on projects and infrastructure. And then we talk a bit about reserve and reserve funds, which are funds set aside for a specific purpose or a bit of contingency for those rainy days that might happen from time to time where we need extra funding to cover off certain budget issues. I want to start today, before I get into the budget themes that are included in this year's budget, talking a little bit about our budget process, because I think it is one of the strengths in terms of Kitchener, in terms of how we set our budget. Every year before we bring the budget forward, staff in March or April look at various things that are happening in the economy, look at various growth-related impacts, and set a target for departments that they're required to achieve. And so in my entire time here at Kitchener, departments have always had that commitment to come in with the target that they've been provided. And sometimes we also provide special direction to departments as well, recognizing this year that affordability is top of mind for residents and that we have some larger growth impacts that we had to accommodate within the budget. We also provided a direction for no new FTEs, aside from staffing that obviously is going to be required for the Cowan Recreation Centre opening later this year or in 2026. Some of the other things that we look at is obviously inflation and understanding kind of where inflation has been and where it's heading. We came out of periods of very high inflation a few years ago. We saw in 2024 that started to, it's still high but coming down, and in 2025 it started to level off. And certainly as part of looking at what we're setting in terms of the property tax increase that we're proposing, we use a 2-year CPI average as a benchmark to understand whether what we're proposing is reasonable. And I'm pleased to say that this year we're proposing a 2.2% property tax increase aligned with the 2-year average for CPI. One of the things that we have seen as well is that with inflation kind of leveling off, the Bank of Canada has been reducing interest rates, although not as quickly as was anticipated, obviously because global or tariffs were introduced by the current US administration. And that sort of changed the trading relationship, created a lot of economic uncertainty out there that people are thinking about. Obviously, certain responses to that both at the federal level has been focusing on the economy and large projects that they're focused in on. In Ontario, obviously the same thing in terms of economic considerations, thinking about how those impacts might affect different sectors, like the auto sector as an example. And then locally, we've done what we can in terms of having different ways to support local businesses. And one example is the Support Local campaign that, Council, you're aware of, in terms of promoting local companies within our region and our city, and also promoting Ontario businesses as well. So all of this kind of factored into, as we were putting the budget together, understanding where we're at, understanding what was important to residents, and understanding how do we respond to that with our current year budget. And so I'm pleased to say that the 2026 budget, Affordable Today, Ready for Tomorrow, is really about finding that right balance. It has kind of three main themes that are included in the budget. Affordable city services, which focuses on providing high-quality services for residents, but at a reasonable rate. It has smart investments in infrastructure, focusing both on what our capital needs are for today in terms of taking care of what we have, but also being mindful of the growth that's happening and the infrastructure that's needed to support that growth. And then also focusing on the future, ensuring that we're making strategic investments at the right time, continue to advance the strategic plan that Council, you approved, the 2023 to 2026 strategic plan at the beginning of the Council term. So touching on the first theme, affordable city services, when we're talking about that, we're really thinking about the annual operating budget. And when you think about all of the programs and services that the city provides, it's about 50 for the 300,000 residents that we serve. And each of those services are very different. So you see the pictures on the slide, in terms of the snowplow driving down the street, the resources and the equipment that's required to support that is very different than the lifeguard that's overseeing swimming lessons that are happening in a community pool, very different from seasons that we experience in grass cutting, planting flowers in our parks, making sure trees are maintained. And those are just some examples. And so, when you think about all of those services, obviously costs do increase every year, similar to CPI having an impact on regular goods and services. And so we need to provide either user fees that offset some of those costs or increase property taxes to support that. I'm pleased that for this year, we've been able to propose a 2.2% property tax increase that maintains all of those services for Kitchener residents that I know they value and rely on each and every day. And this isn't just something that we've done just as a one-off in terms of this year. I think Kitchener has a proven track record of delivering property tax increases at or below the rate of inflation for the past 5 years. This graph shows that the yellow line being property tax increases over that time frame compared to Ontario CPI, which is the dark green line above it. And I think you'd be hard-pressed to find a municipality in Ontario that could produce this type of graph. And I think it speaks to what I said at the beginning, our internal process, and I think that commitment from not only staff, but council as well, in terms of when we're setting the budget, always keeping affordability as part of the main considerations as we're thinking of, but also doing that without sacrificing service. And you see it now showing up in sort of the benchmarking that we do provide each year within the budget material. This is one that shows that Kitchener has one of the lowest property tax levies per capita ratios compared to other large Ontario municipalities. The yellow bar being Kitchener on the low end, the dark green bar in the middle is the average. And as we look at this benchmarking data, whatever it is, it's always showing that we're on that lower end. And I think it speaks to the fact that we are operating effectively and efficiently as a municipality to serve the 300 residents that call Kitchener home. When you also add in and think about the total municipal burden, so not just looking at property tax, but you look at water and wastewater, combine that total municipal burden, we're still on the low end of that comparison compared to large municipalities in Ontario, again, well below that average. And so hopefully that gives residents confidence that we do consider finding that right balance when we're setting the budget and maintaining those high valued services that residents rely on each and every day. So for 2026, to support the operating budget, we are proposing that 2.2% property tax increase, and that equates to a $29 impact for the average household. When you combine that with the water utility increase that's proposed through our water infrastructure program, it's a $117 total impact annually for the average household, which equates to less than $10 per month when you break it down on a monthly basis. And so not only when we think about the operating budget and what we're proposing, we also need to think about the fact that it also supports the capital budget, that we need to continue to make smart investments in infrastructure. And we've had several programs that we put in place over the years that have helped to support that. A great example is the Water Infrastructure Program, which has allowed us to invest $555 million since it was introduced to support water, sanitary, stormwater, and full road reconstruction replacements. So in terms of all of the assets that we are responsible for, about $15.1 billion in terms of asset value, underground infrastructure makes up the most significant portion of that. And so within our 10-year capital budget, which is planned to be $1.8 billion in spending, about $1 billion of that is going just to address the underground infrastructure, and all of that is funded through the Water Infrastructure Program. But as indicated on this chart, 13% also represents facilities, and that's another area which has been a focus since 2019 when we introduced sort of facility infrastructure program. We've looked to increase funding within the capital budget and increase that envelope by about $5 million per year, and also use strategies of drawing on reserves where we can, and we have extra capacity to start moving and advancing facility priorities forward. So that's something we'll be able to do again this year. You see there's a number of investments that are focused on facility-related infrastructure within the budget, and over the 10-year capital forecast, we have $180 million planned to address our facility-related needs. So when we think about what the capital budget, it's taking care of what we are responsible for right now, existing assets, but it's also thinking about the growth-related assets to support a growing community. So that could be new infrastructure in terms of underground infrastructure I talked about before, or housing supportive infrastructure like the parks and the playgrounds, libraries, and the community centers, that make Kitchener a complete community. And a great example of that is the Cowan Recreation Center, which is currently under construction and set to open in 2026. The capital costs for this facility were fully covered from development charges and grant funding. And the operating costs came to council through a separate report and identified that it would be covered through user fees of the facility and also additional assessment growth. I'm pleased to say that the full operating impacts have been incorporated within the 2026 budget, within that 2.2% full property tax increase that's proposed. I think that's a significant achievement when you look around in other municipalities where a major facility opens like this. Usually you see a much higher property tax increase to accommodate that. I think through our thoughtful and careful planning, we've been able to incorporate this into this year's budget. And obviously, you know that the amenities in this facility are going to be filling a significant recreation gap that currently exists for Kitchener residents. So the FIFA-sized field house, which is going to allow for more participants for Kitchener minor soccer, as well as other teams in using that. The aquatic center, which will allow for 2,100 more swim lessons in increasing capacity within Kitchener. And then also the quad gymnasium that will add 7,000 hours of bookable court time as well. Cricket practice facilities within the facility, and also the walking track as well, or other amenities. But this will really be a premier destination for not only Kitchener residents, but also teams and tournaments coming to Kitchener, and can really serve as an economic driver as we move forward. So when you think about both existing infrastructure and growth-related infrastructure, we also try to find ways to keep things affordable even when we're thinking about the capital budget. And part of that is pursuing grant funding opportunities so that we can advance priorities when we need to do so. We've been successful in securing $200 million in funding over the past 5 years in terms of grant funding. Some recent examples include $2.5 million from FCM to this year to plant 19,000 trees. We also received $10.2 million from the Building Faster Fund to help put in place 2 upgrades to sanitary pumping stations that will help enable 5,000 homes. And so those are just 2 examples, but many more grant opportunities that we like to try to pursue. And certainly advocacy is the other thing that is important. And I know that the mayor and also staff and council have been very active in terms of, particularly on the capital budget side, ensuring that the federal and provincial governments know that more funding is needed to continue to take care of what we have, but also that new infrastructure for the community. And finally, one of the other themes in the budget is focusing on the future. And so we also need to make sure that we're moving ahead and making progress to the 20-year vision that we identified, that council you approved and identified within the 2023 to 2026 strategic plan. There are a number of investments that are highlighted that align with the goal areas, 5 goal areas that were included in that strategic plan. And every year we try to do that within the budget to make that connection to what those strategic investments are. There's about $20 million included in this proposed budget that aligns with those goal areas. And in addition to that, we've left $1 million in one-time capital funding for Council to discuss later today. That gives you some flexibility in terms of looking at options to advance other priorities that maybe you didn't see reflected in the budget that you want to move forward with in 2026. So before I wrap up my comments, I do want to just leave you with one more comparison. This is one that we do include every year within the presentation material because we often get asked, how do we compare locally to other municipalities? Again, as I mentioned, Kitchener property tax increases for the past 5 years and for many decades before have been at or below the rate of inflation. You see that in this graph, the yellow line being Kitchener, the dark line being Ontario CPI. And then well below, obviously, our neighbors and also the region in terms of proposed increases over that same time frame. And I think it just, again, goes back to our approach and the fact that we are prioritizing affordability and finding that right balance when we're setting our budget. That's always an important consideration. So this year's budget really is about those three themes: affordable city services, smart investments in infrastructure, and focusing on the future. I think we've found the right balance within this budget in terms of what we're proposing at 2.2%, while not sacrificing services and not sacrificing some of the investments we need to still make in capital and to advance our strategic priorities. And so by doing all those things, we ensure that we're affordable today and ready for tomorrow. And so with that, Chair Davey, I'll turn it back to you if there's any questions before we move on in the day.
That's excellent. Thank you, Mr. Lodwick. Some very exciting items in there. I don't see anyone in the queue for questions, but while people are thinking of that, first I should ask actually if there are any disclosures of pecuniary interest for today's budget. And first in, I have Councillor Singh.
Yeah, just some street resurfacing projects on C27 and C23. The first one for Connaught Street and the second one for Fifth Avenue. It's just properties that are either owned by myself or a family member related to, again, it's just road work for 2026.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Stratton.
Yes, item 3.1BB with the KPL budget. My spouse works at the KPLs.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. And there are no questions for staff at this point in the presentation. Seeing Councillor Singh.
Yeah, actually, I was going to state this in a comment to make a point, but I'll do it through a question because you told us, you appreciate that we were making comments. But I think it's still an important note. I think it's effective to ask it as a question of staff as well. A budget that's affordable, ready for tomorrow. It's very easy to see some other municipalities that sometimes on an election year ahead, they tend to, compress the budget, increase down, again, politically speaking. But this budget, looking through it, the amount of capital projects, the operational changes, there's still fundamental growth going forward. We're not putting necessarily anything off. So we're not going to see a big jump up next year related to something that we're negating our responsibility this year. I just wanted staff to be able to comment on that.
So through the chair, that's correct. There's nothing within this budget and what we've proposed that we're really not still moving forward and making progress in the areas that we expected to. So whether that's maintaining our services or whether it's existing capital projects that we had within the forecast, we're still moving ahead with all of those things. And I think our track record speaks to the fact that we've been able to do the right things to balance impacts over time. And so that's certainly the approach we'll continue to try to take as we move forward, even beyond 2026.
I think that's a really important takeaway. We were able to do the right things. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me? I just want to confirm if I continue.
You're a little...
Okay, I just wanted to ask, thank you for this initial presentation. I don't know if this is too early on, but my question is, I tend to get messages from seniors that live in my ward asking they're on a steady income that is not increasing and they're always concerned. I don't know if this is too early on, but would love to get your thoughts on are there any comments that we can make just to make sure that they're aware that there's potential support for them, especially with the increase. I don't know if you heard me, but I can always email my question to you as well.
Yeah, I made that I think that's a bit of a political question. I actually don't mind answering it. I advise to the mayor's seniors council as well. The question is related to folks that are on fixed income. And I guess I'm not trying to speak on behalf of council, but I think one of the reasons we target inflation with the exceeding costs that municipalities face is that folks that are retired that are on Canada Pension Plan, those pension plans are indexed to inflation. And in fact, there's been bump ups to old age security beyond that in recent years. So my response would be to those that are saying that they're on fixed income, what's Kitchener doing to address that? I would say that we're actually meeting that exact target by which your indexed income is being increased. So I think it's very reasonable, and obviously few municipalities locally, none actually, are meeting that target. I'm not sure if staff wanted to comment on that, but yeah, no, okay. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My apologies, but I want to declare pecuniary interest. My street assistant on C26. Thank you.
And sorry, you have to state the reason for the pecuniary interest. What's your comment?
My street.
Oh, your street.
Assisted there. Thank you.
Okay, very good. There are no further questions. So my understanding is we're not on board, correct?
Yeah.
And first off, I'd like to invite down the folks from the Centre and the Square.
Mr. Mayor, good morning, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Chair, Council and leadership team. My name is Eric Larivière, Executive Director for Centre and the Square. Before I leave the mic to our Chair of the Board, Dan, I just want to introduce our leadership team. I don't know if you've met all of them, but here they are. We got Chris that is waving. Chris Oslin, he's our Director of Guest Experience and Services. We have Jonathan Rendon, that is our Director of Marketing and Development. We've got Sylvia Cook, she's the Director of Finance. Bill Zistra, he's our Director of Production and Operation. And our Senior Manager of Programming, Miles Rusak. Thank you, and I'll leave Dan to make the presentation now.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor, and members of Council. My name is Dan Carley. I'm the Chair of the Centre and the Square. I'm excited today to come and make our presentation. We've got a few highlights from the 2025 season so far. Shows are up significantly. In 1993, we had 92 shows, including some symphony shows. This year, we anticipate having 140 shows by the end of the year, with 38 camp days that we've already had. So that's a 52% increase in shows over the last 2 years. Included with that increase is increased diversity and inclusion. We, as you know, hopefully you've all got your tickets, but Tina Turner Broadway musical is back. So Broadway is back in Kitchener again this year, this Friday and Saturday for 3 shows. The KW Symphony had a successful sold-out show on Thursday night. Hopefully some of you got to attend. It was a fabulous performance and well received by everyone. So that was good news to have them back at the Centre and the Square for a fantastic performance. We've also seen things like Forever Tango, Samara Arena, Chris Bodie, Faulty Towers, which was dinner theater we had in the studio, Brass Transit, and the Canadian Arabic Orchestra sing-along in this studio. So we've had lots of different diversity to reflect the diversity of this community today. Included in that, we've increased the number of high school graduations from 7 to 10, and we actually lost one to the Kitchener Auditorium. St. Mary's had to move to Kitchener Aud because it was too big. So we lost one to you guys, I guess. We've seen 9 school shows, up from 7 in 2024, and we've increased the studio usage to over 30 shows this year, up from 14 in 2024. So we are using the entire facility, lots of diversity, lots of things going on. On the capital front, we've seen some good things. The atrium repair is happening now, which is being proactive. We're fixing a problem before it becomes a problem. We've had some issues there. We're putting in a new transformer to handle the load of electricity, and we're working together with the city and Hydro on that one. And our greenhouse gas reduction strategy helps build our capital replacement. And these are all excellent examples of the Centre and the Square and the central service provider and the facility managers at the City of Kitchener working to make sure the capital is properly employed, it's cost effective, and the right things are done at the right time. So we're quite excited about that as well. We expect a surplus this year, somewhere over $300,000, which is exciting. And that, as you know, will go right back into capital to keep our aging infrastructure as up to date as we possibly can. We're excited about the 50th anniversary coming in 2030. We're starting to build plans and think about things we can do for that big anniversary that we're looking forward to in 2030. And additionally, our strategic plan is in the final stages, and we hope to present that to the public, including yourselves, in early 2026. So I think the next slide is where we're at, right? There's another slide, right? So the next slide will come up, but I'll tell you what's on it. We're going to see an increase in our operating grant for 2026 of 2.5% to $2.191 million. We can continue to be conservative in the costing and presentations of shows. We have increased that diversity for sure, but we always are conscious of the bottom line, and we try to make sure that each show is profitable through ticket sales, revenues, food and beverage, and things like that. So we continue to do that. We're focusing on making sure that we match or aware of like the constraints like the Canadian dollar and artist costs and staffing costs. So we are generally, I'd say, most shows, like 97% of them, are turning a profit for us, which is really good. We're excited about that. We have a renewed focus on contributed revenues. And contributed revenues in the performing arts realm include things like fundraising. We're ramping up our fundraising again. Sponsorship, we've picked up a number of new sponsors this year, which is really good. Hefner, as you know, Hefner Lexus is one of our key sponsors, and we've put them, they're in now for the next 3 years, so that's really exciting about that as well. So we continue to work increasing our revenues, looking at our core business, which performing arts, building the staff and capacity, and being conscious of inflation and the challenges with foreign exchange, and the uncertainty in the economy as we go forward to make sure that we continue to be in the black going forward. And there's a summary of the dollar amounts if you're interested. I think that's the last slide. So that's generally where we're heading. We're excited about the future. We've spent the last 3 or 4 years building and getting back to that vision of this Centre in the Square being the crown jewel of the performing arts in the Kitchener area, and I'm excited about that. We are well on our way. Things are working in our favor, so I'm excited about what's coming. So I'll now open it up for any questions from the council.
Thank you, Kat, for the presentation. There are a few people in the queue with questions, beginning with Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Chair Doody, and thank you, Dan and Eric and the board for coming in. This is awesome. And I'll start by saying that I think that you've done exactly what we asked you to do.
Yeah.
Was to look at ways of doing things differently, of using the facility more often, and you've really had an opportunity to grow things. I love that you're looking at doing, bringing in more diverse performances. That's amazing. So thank you so much. My question would be, where do you see the ability to do continuous growth? What's your plan?
Generally, the team, and I'll let Eric answer part of this as well, we continue to look at diversity, widening our scope of different programming, looking at all kinds of different shows, building relationships with different promoters and agents. I think some of the key things. Some of this is operational, so I'll let Eric finish it off.
So thank you for the question, Councillor. Can you just repeat, please, the question? Is it about growth? How we see growth moving forward?
Yeah, so yes, where do you see areas to?
Yeah, so I think the answer to that question is we already have increased from 112 to, I think, 140-ish performances plus 38 days of camps. So needless to say, this is quite a significant growth. One thing that we like to take into consideration is the fact that we lost the orchestra, which was a third of our level of activity. And the percentage for rental revenues, I'm not sure what it is, but it's at least probably around 40–50%. So that we've turned things around, I think, was an amazing effort from the team. And really, I commend the team for that because so when you replace, let's say, 40 concerts of the orchestra with 40 rentals and your own presentation, you can appreciate the pressure on the staff that it does without necessarily having a 30-40% increase in staff. So I think next year is going to be try to consolidate and keep developing the relationships with our clients and new promoters to consolidate the growth that we've had, consolidate the success of our youth programs, and so on and so forth. And we also want to continue to animate the studio theater with our own programming, which should also have a great impact on the business of the studio theater. So the future, I think our strat plan will document a lot of how we can grow, but definitely that the level of activity will continue to grow in a way that is sustainable. And I think there's also the strategy of diversifying our revenues is really, really important, and build capacity. So we'll see how that ends up to come about, but we have very clear goals and objectives as far as where we want to be in a few 2-3 years, and definitely that the growth is part of the strategy.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. You're going to be there for a minute, so get going. Next up is Mayor Raj.
Thanks very much, Chair Davey, and thank you to both of you and the senior leadership team for coming in, as well as providing the overview of the past year. You know, I like Councillor Johnson. I think I certainly want to add my thanks as well to the efforts that have been done to decrease the number of dark nights. That's certainly something that's been a priority of this council and of the board, and so seeing that happen is great, as was the return of the summer camp, and I think there was over 200 people participated in that, which was tremendous, particularly considering that it was a bit of a later announcement than some of the other camps, and yet we had all those spots filled up, which was fantastic. I want to just touch a little bit on the capital budget. And Dan or Eric, can you remind me, I think it was earlier in this term, it used to be that any surpluses were split 50-50, and any deficits were split. No, we covered the whole deficit. Yeah, that's it. And then I remember that earlier in the term, we took that 50-50 split and allowed you to put it towards capital, I believe, for the rest of this term of council. And I'm just wondering if you can talk a little bit about how important that has been and how you've been able to use that to address some of the capital challenges.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, it's been critical. It's been really helped us having that surplus. We've worked hard to create that surplus, right, through very shrewd management and cost-effective operation of the facility. And that's helped us tremendously continue to purchase things for the theater that it needs to stay updated and current, and helps us with the aging infrastructure of a 45-year-old building. So those surpluses, we thank you very much for allowing us to take 100% of those surpluses for sure, and they've helped us tremendously in keeping up to date. A couple of things that we've purchased in the last year, the big thing was we purchased a new soundboard. Technically, I don't know anything about it. I know that it makes it better. Bill, our director of production, can tell you all the details about it if you are ever interested, but it definitely helps us. It helps us bring in other shows, right? It helps us bring in more complex shows because we have the latest equipment and the latest things. One of the things Eric will tell you, if you ever ask him, is the size of our stage never holds us back from any touring company in Canada. We have one of the largest stages in Canada. We can accommodate virtually any touring company, and having the technology and the infrastructure to do that is really a coup for the city of Kitchener.
Okay, and so I guess the second part of my question, and not really for this year, but you know, as soon as we're done budget this year, staff start planning going forward. how important is that arrangement for, you know, the commitment was made till the end of this term. I'm just wondering how important that arrangement is in the longer term.
Again, I think it's critical. I think the two main sources of capital funding for the Centre and the Square for our operations is the money, what they call the capital reserve, which is a dollar amount attached to each ticket, and the other component of that comes from the surplus. And you know, we hope in the future sponsorship and fundraising will help with that too. Those are things we are exploring for sure, but it is critical to have that, in this case, 300,000. I think last year it was closer to 400, and the year before that it was 450. So those, you know, you add that up, and that's over $1 million, which has tremendously helped us continue to be a world-class performing arts center.
So is it fair to say that in the absence of that, there would likely be additional pressures on the center from a capital perspective, and potentially additional pressures on us? So seeing that surplus continue, at least for a time period, would be beneficial?
It's beneficial, and yeah, there would be added pressures on the Centre and the Square. We would have, as I said, we would have some capital from our capital seat fund, but we would also then have to turn to council for more capital funding to handle some of the theatrical things that we need to purchase.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chow.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. I concur with others that it's you know, it's nice to hear a summary that was presented today. I just had a question about the 2025 budget versus 2026 budget. It's actually lower. I just wonder if you can speak to that a bit.
The overall revenue you're saying is lower.
Well, I'm looking at the performance revenues.
Performance revenue.
In particular.
Part of that can be there's three types of shows, and Eric can answer this better than I can, but I'll start while he thinks about it. There's three types of shows. We have a rental, which is no risk to the Centre and the Square. What's that? Yeah, we have as a SITS Presents, which means we put on the show, so we take 100% of the financial risk if it fails. And we have community engagements that we have, right? So I'll let Eric answer the details of that, but I think I know what he's going to say.
See, when the chair and the executive director, they know what they think, that's a good sign. Thank you, Councillor, for the question. It's a great question. When we developed the 2025 budget, I think I just arrived at the Centre and the Square for a few months. And so I pretty much went to, along with some of the data that was provided at that time, and with the best information that I could gather. I think for instance, I think we had planned for 158 performances, which was quite optimistic considering the loss of the orchestra. So I think the 2026 budget is just recalibrating with reality, although it's our goal and objectives are certainly ambitious. I think that's where you see the big difference.
Okay, great, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Chair Davey. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for being a great place to host our State of the City address. It was awesome. Just wondering if you can give an update on how things are looking for the studio theater.
Yeah, I'll let Derek handle that one because he deals with it every day.
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. Well, the studio theater, I think we've doubled almost the level of activity this year. And we're quite actually happy with the enthusiasm from some promoters in the community to come and present some great activities, performances, and one of the goal this year is we want to keep that level to continue on the same course, probably not doubling the number of activity in 2026. And I think it's also we see some activities that work well, others that evidently in a small studio like that, when we talk about programming ourselves, It's not realistic to think that we're going to make money with this, but it's certainly going to serve an incredibly important purpose as far as the growth of the creative industries here in Kitchener. And we're working really hard in getting grants and support for that purpose, because at the end of the day, you want to break even, right? And ticket sales won't cover your cost. There's no way. So I think there's going to be a mix. Really, our big goal, instead of, I would say there's continuity, and I think the new direction, or what will be a new goal for the Studio Theatre is to implement our own programs. Which, what's going to happen when we be able to do that, if we can get the grants and the support, more people will come, because then we have 100% control on the marketing, the brand of that program, and of course, the level of program that our team is going to put together. So I think that would be the what's coming up in 2026.
Great, that's good to hear. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Chapman noted out the difference between the budgeted and the projected for 2025 of almost 1.5 million shortfall, which is significant, but Eric, you answered it perfectly. I think there was a lot of transition from when you took over and with the loss of the orchestra as well. But I think we should not miss on this that even looking at a 1.5 million shortfall, we still, or actually SITS, now we different hat right now, still came with a 350,000 surplus. I think that's notable based on some of the changes, operational changes. Do you want to mention anything on the expense side of things, that things have been done differently or in the direction that it's heading? If it's too large of a topic, we can leave it for later too.
Yeah, so I'm going to try to answer, but thanks for the question, Councillor. There's a couple of things that need to happen. Some of them have already happened in the contributed income activities. So we're trying to raise money to balance a budget that needs also more capacity. Again, you lose a third of your business. How do you replace it? It's not realistic to think that you're going to replace it with the same capacity long term. So I think we need to continue to build that capacity through through generating as much profit as possible. And I think as this investment go through what I call the core business, and the core business is the program or what the product that we put on stage, it's marketing and fundraising, right? Yeah. So these are areas, because we had the orchestra, that frankly have never really been, maybe invest is not the right term, but handled or focused on. And there's no question, and through the strat plan, we'll see that, we want to see a sustainable business model for Centre and the Square that I would say that in 3 to 5 years is going to look very, very different than 10 years ago.
No, I have confidence in that. That's why I noted out, even with the reduced revenue or performance revenue, the fact that SITS came with a surplus, that's notable. I think that speaks to the volume of your leadership team, as well as the stewardship of course, Dan and Eric, yourself, of starting to strengthen the organization. And speaking of that, I think there's a lot of people that ask questions, and I think that rightly so. SITS, Centre and the Square, is about 2% of our city budget. That's significant. And I'll conform into the question, a city our size, 300,000 plus people, like how many other municipalities are out there that have, how many seatings do we have for this studio space? About 2,200 something plus?
So what was the question? Sorry, can you repeat the question? I'm going to move.
Yeah, there you go.
Because the acoustic is better.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Sorry about that.
No, what I'm saying is the size of the performance hall. It's a large venue. It is a world-class venue, and the fact that the city of Kitchener is a sole funder, a primary funder of this enterprise. I mean, the weight of it. I mean, we do fairly well with the city of Kitchener's commitment to the arts culture. The fact that SITS alone is a 2% budget of overall operating budget for the city of Kitchener, let alone the capital side. So what I'm trying to ask of you is, comparatively of other cities our size, who else has a venue like this. I think we're probably a rarity.
Okay. So public funding for a performing arts center is quite, it's a must. There's not one performing arts center that I know, unless it's strictly commercial operation and with large number of seats that can be supported without public funding. So I think I'm still looking for that model of a performing arts center that will do actually what you want to do in Kitchener, which is not only to make sure that you have entertainment that will service the market, but at the same time connect with the community. And this community, as you know, is changing. So if you want to really develop camps for kids or connect with your diversity, with community groups and so on, there's no question that these are activities that are not profitable in a way that money, just on the money side, but they're certainly very profitable as far as the return on your investment, which I think, you know, as far as a percentage of the total budget, seems to be on par with a lot of what I saw. That being said, one of my things that I like to see is that we need more levels of government to support this center, because truly this is quite exceptional to have that quality of infrastructure in a region like Waterloo region and in a city like Kitchener. I'm not sure yet if people that live here realize it, and it's our job to make sure that we deliver the programs that they will feel quite privileged to have in Kitchener.
Yeah.
That being said, I know the audience love what we do. People, it's a very caring community, so I think that gives us a lot of potential to do just that.
The crux of my question was the fact that a city our size is the primary funder. There does need to be additional support.
100%.
Full benefit of what Center Square, the initial founders of what they thought that space could be. We are funding a regional enterprise, essentially, but funding it solely from the city of Kitchener coffers, and it's a significant gift. And I think we need to point it out. Not that we should step away from it, it's just that I think there's a lot more that can be done in that space, and that can only happen with additional support from the province and the region as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donnell.
Thank you, Chair Dave. Good morning, gentlemen. Thanks for coming out, and thank you to the rest of your team coming out as well. And so I just have a few questions about programming. And so, Eric, I believe you mentioned Symphony had a sold-out show, and we know, there's been some comings and goings of the Symphony, new group, creating some momentum. And so, any idea of where the Symphony is regarding an increase of shows, and what is the capacity we have for an increase of shows from the Symphony?
I'll start the question. Thank you, Councillor. The Symphony has 3 shows booked this year at the Centre and the Square. They had the one in November, they have one in January, and they have Murdoch Mystery Night in April. As to their plans, you're going to have to ask them, right? I know Bill Poole, the chair, his focus is to have a surplus every year, which means managing their funds carefully and having smaller shows, mostly generally at St. Matthew's Lutheran Church. So where they're going, I think, is really something you gotta talk to them about for sure. But I know they want to continue to operate on a surplus and continue to grow the Symphony for sure. The programming part, I'll ask Eric to step in.
Well, we're glad that the orchestra is back. I think the capacity to present concerts at the Centre of the Square will be their capacity. So to go back to what Dan said, what I can say is that this year they're back because we have actually been proactive in developing a very creative partnership. And I can tell you that the first concert was not only artistically successful, but financially very successful for both organizations. So I hope that we're going to keep going on the same track. And I think it's a lot about the orchestra to rethink their business model that will make successful to come back on the stage that they should be performing. And we're certainly open for business.
Thank you. Thank you for that answer. And so, you know, as far as getting shows and Broadway shows, and I will congratulate the center, you know, for their Tina Turner show, because I believe it's the only performance in Canada. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Only in Eastern Canada. Apparently they go to Vancouver now, so.
Yeah.
So how,
But it's pretty good.
how does a city of our size land, I'd say, a pretty significant act like that? I'm just curious what the process is.
Okay. My the first answer to that question, Councillor, is Eric's team. Eric and his team are outstanding at negotiating with agents and promoters and building relationships. One of the things Eric has spent, and his team has spent a lot of time in the last 18 months, is building relationships with different agents and promoters across North America, not just in Canada, but across North America. As the chair, I see that as one of the catalysts that gets these things. As for the details, that's operational. I can let Eric answer that.
Well, it's more strategic. I think the answer to that is that you have to make those big productions sustainable. And I think that's, you know, when you see Broadway is back, I know we had Broadway here before, but when I say that is back, because I want us to have a lens of Broadway is back for many, many years. And I think the business model that we're building right now for Broadway is quite different than what it used to be. And I think that's what's going to make it sustainable. People are requesting that type of production, and they require a huge investment in risk. It's a calculated risk, of course, and that calculated risk, that the approach that we're taking right now, hopefully is going to make it sustainable for many years. So I think that's a big difference than what it used to be.
Awesome. I got a list of shows I think that should come to Kitchener. So if you're looking for some ideas, let me know.
Yeah.
But keep up the good work, guys. I really appreciate it.
Never be shy in stopping for a coffee, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Inez. It's not letting me click here.
Thanks, Chair Davey, and thanks, Eric and Dan for coming in. And I guess one of my questions would be with regards to how is the process working with and I mean this with Kitchener Live and the development of Kitchener Live, the directive from this council. How's that working on your
Well, at this point, I believe that this is really at the infancy of the process. I know that Jonathan, who's our marketing and development director, he's working very closely with Jeremy's team, and there's a very fluid discussion with that. And I think the first step was to determine how we're going to work on the ticketing platform together and negotiate that contract with the current vendor or another one. So I think we're still in that context right now, and it's moving along. So right now we're really just getting the ball rolling on that. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for that. I guess another question that I have is with regards to the center as a whole. What would you say is the most challenging issue or factor in operating and moving forward with a facility such as ours?
Well, number one is 45 years old. So that's a challenge for sure. I think as we're thinking about the 50th anniversary, one question that it's a conversation that we're starting actually with the city and other level of governments. What should we look like for the next 50 years? So we know there's quite a bit of a backlog of major infrastructure projects. Not that they're a backlog in a way that have, it's an issue, but there's a lot of major infrastructure with the building that we want to make sure are going to be in good shape for the next 50 years. That's number one. Number two, are we delivering the guest experience through the infrastructure we have right now? And number three, is there anything else that we should think about to actually enhance the destination to actually be able to serve what entertainment or live experiences, I would say, will look like for the next at least 20 to 50 years maybe. So I think that's a big challenge. And the other more current challenge is really to build that sustainable business model with the right capacity and the right brand. I think that's where the focus is.
Okay. And I guess I'm not allowed to make comments or...
Yeah, you can go ahead and make comments.
Okay. I thought I was going to get scolded. So.
Do you remember Councillor Single?
Anyways, I think Eric and with Dan, I think you managed to do a really great turnaround. And I've been hearing a lot of, community, the way and what they're speaking with regards to the center, that they're really enjoying the new programming and they really see an improvement. And I think it's a testament to the team and keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. And I don't know if there's more questions, but
So go ahead.
is there one more?
Yeah, Councillor Chapman.
Okay.
Well, it's actually a comment about the event you held earlier this month, the Connect, Collaborate, I'm missing a word, which brought together different organizations and people from the creative industries. And I wanted to thank you for that. And I know I think the second time we've done that.
Yeah.
And I look forward to more in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Any more questions?
No questions. I just by way of comment.
Well, I just want to take the opportunity to thank the city leadership team for their amazing support to Center in the Square. I think it's a fantastic relationship that you have here with this organization, and the fact that the city strategically invests in culture is quite something to commend. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I would just add as well that again, I'm really happy to see that the question of the studio was a great one. We're finally animating the studio with the unavoidable cost implications in that space. Confident about the future, but to Mayor Rubinovich's comments as well, and I think reading between the lines, I think the intent would be to not leave the sharing of the surplus going forward to a future council, because the Center in the Square is not dissimilar from the City of Kitchener, where we're posting surpluses and they're operating, but there's a capital deficit as well that needs to be addressed, and the way to address that is to have that certainty and have that capital transfer. So Mayor Rubinovich, I'm assuming that as part of the budget, you may consider making that a condition of perpetuity, if you want to speak to it.
Yeah, I think it's something certainly to reflect on between now and when the budget comes forward. I do want to correct one thing, because staff have had an opportunity to remind me. It was 50% split on
Deficit too?
excesses, but also 50% split on deficits.
I don't remember that.
So if you look at something permanent, we probably need to make sure that it's kind of reflected both ways.
Yeah.
So it's something to think about.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Team, thanks for coming in. Okay, up next we have the library.
Everyone, like Center in the Square, just going to take the opportunity to introduce the leadership team over here. Lots of people have come to be able to share stories with you, so happy to have them here. We have Carrie Hutchinson, who leads communications. Maggie Lamb in the back is our board vice chair. Lindsay Skeen leads programming and community impact. Lisa, she leads people and culture. Megan, customer experience, and Angela, who most of you probably know, leads finance and corporate services.
Welcome, team.
Some residents have recently reached out with questions about changes to the service delivery model at the library. We appreciate how much the community cares about the library, And I'd like to take the opportunity today to explain a little bit about how these changes are meant to support our new strategic plan and strengthen service for the future. Our leadership team deeply values KPL's legacy. Our new strategic plan builds on that foundation by helping us respond to a growing and diverse city, delivering services with greater intention to support people's well-being, and to ensure equitable service happens across all of our locations across the city. Guided by that direction, we worked with a third-party expert to design a more sustainable and effective model. Our goal was to improve how we work so we can better support the people who rely on us. While we are not reducing services or staff at KPL, we nevertheless worked closely with our union partners to minimize any impacts at all. And we remain committed to listening and supporting staff throughout the transition. The new service model that's being implemented early next year supports the strategic plan through 3 key improvements. First, it clarifies frontline roles by organizing split duties into 2 focused areas. This reduces duplication and enables staff expertise to be shared more effectively. Second, it creates a more coordinated system-wide approach to service by centralizing teams. This helps us be more strategic, consistent, and adaptable across all locations while maintaining a neighborhood focus on service. Third, it strengthens our capabilities to use data more intentionally, improve digital library access, and design services with equity and community input at its core. The approach will increase staffing levels at Pioneer Park Community Library. It expands support for vulnerable visitors, and it better plans for existing and new services like our visiting library service and library lockers, which you'll hear more about in a moment. We share Kitchener's commitment to innovation. Even in a challenging economic environment, we're proud to be strengthening how we deliver service and prepare for the future within our city budget allocation. We're also proud of our accomplishments this year, from opening the Southwest Community Library to receiving a provincial award for our food literacy work. KPL has a valued legacy, and we're excited about what's ahead as we continue serving as a vital and inclusive part of our city. I'll now pass it to Megan Clare, our Director of Customer Experience, to update you on library lockers, and after that, Maggie Lamb, Board Vice Chair, will just say a few remarks.
Good morning. We're grateful for the city's support of the 2-year library locker service pilot that launched in January at Chandler Mowat Community Centre and Victoria Hills Community Centre, and for the partnership on this project from staff at the community centres. We've learned community demand for locker services there, but not for all service features. So far, 94% of locker users have told us the lockers improve their access to library collections. We've received comments such as, "It's much closer than my regular branch," "It's incredibly convenient, and we are so thankful," and "It's very accessible for a disabled person. Thank you, thank you." People value how the lockers help them more easily pick up holds and return their library materials, whereas demand for borrowing browsing items directly from the lockers is very low, and we continue to test new formats to assess that feature. The results so far indicate the potential to expand locker service at a lower cost when the pilot ends at the end of next year. And through our new service model that Darren spoke about, we are building a strategic and equitable approach to this opportunity. This map is an example of that work. It shows our 6 full-service library locations in white and the 2 existing library locker locations in blue. In yellow, we've indicated service gaps: Bridgeport, Centerville, Chicopee, and Huron South. These gaps are only based on geography right now, but we plan to layer additional context and data, such as population, anticipated population growth, and equity factors as well. Doing so will help us develop a fulsome assessment and recommendation on locker service as part of the 2027 budget to meet community needs.
Thank you, Megan. Good morning, Chair Davey, Mayor Verbanovich, councillors and staff. I'm Maggie Lamb. I'm Vice Chair of the KPL Board of Directors, where I'm also on all 3 committees, Finance, Governance, and Human Resources. I'm also past chair of Kitchener's Arts and Culture Advisory Committee and currently the vice chair of Kitchener's Economic Development Advisory Committee. During my term, I've seen the library board place greater focus on equity, set a high bar for what KPL can achieve strategically, proactively improve governance practices, and deepen our collaborative relationship with the CEO and management team. With this strong foundation, we challenged ourselves to evolve how the library can enhance the way we deliver services and be resilient for the future, all while refraining from asking for additional investment beyond the city's budget allocation, for which we're grateful. Our last board meeting was well attended by the public, and our chair, Brandon Van Dam, shared a public statement. Among other things, he thanked the public citizens who have engaged with us about these changes and reaffirmed that the changes at KPL are in response to the strategic plan, which is designed to meet the evolving needs of our community while ensuring we're serving our entire library system equitably. I can reaffirm that the board stands behind KPL's new service model and will continue to oversee its implementation in our governance role. The board values the care and commitment with which KPL staff serve patrons from all walks of life, and we're honored that the city has put their trust in us to ensure that the KPL continues not only to be innovative and a responsive library today, but well into the future. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you. Is that your presentation concluded?
That is it. I will now play traffic cop. Bring people in as needed.
Very good. There are a few questions for you, beginning with Councillor Edmonds.
Thank you, Chair Davey, and thanks, Darren and your team for coming in and giving us your presentation. I guess one of the questions that I have would be, and I don't ever recall, maybe it's just because I'm getting older, do we ever take statistics on how many people attend the library?
We do. So we have gate count statistics. Megan, do you have the latest numbers? Anybody have the latest numbers? I apologize. We don't have the latest.
Okay, that's fine.
I could tell you the numbers have gone up. So our numbers are up since pre-COVID levels. I don't have the exact numbers on me right now, but we do have gate counts that we track. Yeah.
I'm just curious if, when you do have time, just curious to see.
Absolutely, we'll pass that along. Yeah, it's actually, if I could take the opportunity.
Sure.
So one of the new areas in this new service delivery model, we've never had anyone focused on data in the past, and we've collected numbers, we've submitted them in to meet provincial requirements, to collect a library grant from the province, but we've never actually had anyone focused on data. This new model has someone who's focused on quantitative data. We also have an analyst coming in because we want to have the opportunity to use the data that we have, which is a lot of it, to make more informed decisions. We are also adding someone who is looking at qualitative data. So understanding our customers better and understanding their needs better and working with them to be able to co-design services.
Okay, that's good. Good
Yeah.
to know. I guess another question that I have is in regards to other levels of government funding.
Pardon, sir?
How's that going? Are we still being underfunded by the province? Or has that ever gone up? Or can you give us a little update on where that is?
I don't have the exact year, but it's been since about the 80s that the province has not increased their funding to public libraries across Ontario. It's a pretty antiquated model. It's outdated. There's a lot of advocacy work that we take part in along with our provincial partners in the library sector. And we continue to seek more funding from the province to support the municipality's generous funding.
Okay, thank you. I figured that was the answer. But again, I think I'm getting old and I don't remember everything anymore. But I guess I'll just comment and I really appreciate you all coming in today and I do appreciate your concerns with the level of responses that the community has expressed to some of the changes. I have no doubt your team is doing everything correct and right and everything else to position the library to move forward. So I have all the confidence in you and your team, and I really appreciate everything you guys do for the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Singh.
Councillor Hernandez, I hope I'm sharp as you are when I'm as old as you are. So, you know what, it really kind of warmed my heart, some of the comments made about the feedback on the kiosks. It was, I think, a bit of a risk that was taken by our council as allocating the initial funding. It was definitely a risk and a different model that was approached by the library to do things differently as an approach to accessibility. So I didn't think it was going to be perfect on the onset, but I was hoping that those that would be using it would be those that were outside the aspects of accessibility, and I think that's where it speaks volumes a little bit. Where I wanted to really focus on questions was, you know, we're changing. We're changing from, you know, that paper format. We're changing to more electronic devices, very different access to technology, which people see, or they're outside the fringe of accessibility, right? But the library is a place that offers that. Could you just offer an array of different, you know, technology devices that could be taken up from the library?
Yeah, sure. So one of the most kind of significant lending collections that we've implemented along those lines in the last couple of years is our Borrow a Chromebook lending collection. And so with that collection, community members can borrow a Chromebook and take it home for a week, loan period, to use it for work, play, whatever their purposes may be. And we feel like that's a really great lending collection to help address the digital divide that we can see in our communities. Similarly, a Wi-Fi hotspot. So we do also offer lending hotspots for community members to borrow and take home if they don't have access to Wi-Fi at home. That collection continues to be in consistently very high demand as well.
No, that's excellent to hear, especially on the Chromebooks and electronic devices. And this, speaking of leadership, the City of Kitchener has also endeavored to provide our devices that, you know, we see that Capitally is not. They're aged out, but they're devices that are strong enough or, you know, able enough that it can continue to be used by, you know, the outside public. So we have a program with the Working Center that takes these devices, laptops, tablets, retrofits them. I'm sure you're familiar with it. I hope in the future that the library can see these access devices could be something that could be directed as a giveaway, or at least, you know, the return and give through the library services, so more people have access to it. Coming back to the kiosks, some of the things that, you know, you said there was some low uptake in some aspects of it. Knowing the pilot project and being in Chandler-Mowat, language tends to be a big barrier. But that too, and that's why I asked the electronic devices, I think the library even gives out, you can rent out games. Where can we have the youth better understanding these kiosks so they know that that kiosk is just a game away, that they could just request a game and they could, you know, have enjoyment where they may not be able to afford it?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor, for the question. So I think we are continuing to try different approaches to promote library locker service. In response to the fact that the browsing collection uptake was a bit lower than what we'd had anticipated at both lockers, we've implemented some new collection formats recently. So we've actually put Nintendo Switch Lites into the lockers recently, and then Yodo Mini audiobook players as well. And so we're waiting to see what the impact of that is on uptake on those collections. Staff teams are also doing a really great job of looking for opportunities to partner with the community center staff to promote library locker or library services more generally through locker service, so that community members learn more about our digital resources and digital collections that they can access through the library website as well.
Yeah, I think it's really about opening up the broad range of things that can be signed out from these kiosks, lessening the cost, perhaps, of that initial capital. I know this was a different approach, so we were really learning the model. And the other is, I think we've talked about this kind of unofficially a little bit, about the marketing, right? Showing an array of services that could be accessed especially potentially through the new prototype services. So I'm really excited by what this can, grow to, and I'm glad that you guys are looking in other areas as well. Thank you.
Thank you. There's 4 more people in the queue. Councillor Deneau.
Thank you, Chair Davey. Thanks for coming this morning, folks. So to touch upon Councillor Singh's question about an education process, are we connecting with schools that are local or near these kiosks and letting them know as opposed to waiting for them to come to us?
Thank you for the question. So library staff have been focused on community outreach to the community centers to chat with folks who are visiting the community centers for other programs and services, including food hamper programming and services to let them know about library service, to let them know about locker services, and to also support registration on the spot for library memberships. So that's been our focus, but I think you bring forward a good point here. We've been doing our best to include library locker promotion and other community outreach activities during the pilot, and that's something we can continue to build on.
So are we thinking we could go out to schools, and I'm thinking more elementary schools, and giving a presentation to, I think they did that when I was a kid, they come out and talk about the bookmobile back then. Is that something where, as opposed to city-run venues, we're looking to have an outreach with something separate from the city-run?
Yeah. Library staff teams do quite a bit of outreach to schools, but I think that's a good suggestion of something where we can focus more specifically on schools in the areas of library locker service.
If I could just add as well, the library lockers are currently in community centers. It doesn't mean they always have to be in community centers. And so I think one of the opportunities that we're looking forward to in this pilot is to begin to learn more about the community members who are actually using these lockers. A locker could go into a mall, a locker could go into a number of different places. And so, through the new service model, we intend to engage more with the community to actually understand the needs that will help inform and layer on top of the map that Megan showed to help us understand holistically across the city, how do we want to deliver service and what are the best ways to do that most cost efficiently and effectively.
Okay, thank you. I guess, I don't know where I'm going to be in 2027, but I'll put my plug in now for the Kingsdale area. I was disappointed when it wasn't included in the pilot project. I think, and I'm looking at your map, the St. Mary's Library is not indicated on the map with your little circles and stuff like that. And so I think it's important when this pilot project is said and done that we look at, again, the Kingsdale Community Center area, just because if we're looking at an equity lens, the St. Mary's Library is not a walkable distance for a lot of families and those who are even seniors and those who don't have a car or don't want to have to take the bus over there. And so, I just want to push that out there, please.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. We appreciate that input, and looking at that map, we were looking at this point at a geography lens, but we will be looking at population factors and then equity factors as well, which speaks to what you're thinking about too. And we look forward to working with city staff and with council as well on future recommendations around locker service delivery.
Thank you. Up next is Mayor Bogdanovich.
Thanks very much, and thank you to all of you for coming in today and bringing forward both the strategic plan and the library budget. And thank you for all the work that you do throughout the year. I think all of you at different points, including those sitting around the horseshoe, have heard me many times talk about the library and how it was sort of the beginning of my journey, and it's certainly a city facility that I have great passion for, and also one of the ones that continues to be one of the most valued services by Kitchener residents when we do survey work. I wanted to just build on the trial that Councillor Deneau was just talking about. can you remind us roughly what one of these boxes costs capital-wise? And I mean, operationally, I guess there's some impact as well because you need an extra stop for the driver. But I wonder if you could just talk about that briefly.
Yeah, so capital costs for the purchase of the units is around $45,000 to $50,000. We're using the pilot period right now to kind of assess what those ongoing like staff time costs are as well. And so right now we've absorbed the staff time costs as part of the pilot, but we know there's quite a bit of staff time that goes into preparing material, receiving material for the lockers, and then the deliveries as well. So that's something that we're continuing to assess as part of the pilot.
So at least up to this point, you've been able to build it into, I guess, the routes that go between the branches and have them stop out, kind of like the old, long before any of your times, like the routes that the bookmobile guys used to do as part of their deliveries as well.
Not before my time. But yes, so our facilities team has worked the locker deliveries into their routes for interbranch delivery. But as you can imagine, if plans are to expand locker service to more locations, we'll have to think carefully about how to make that work.
Okay, and so I would just, looking at it very, very quickly, I will add my plug from an equity lens for the Kingsdale neighborhood as well. I know when we sort of look at some of those issues around the community, the two where we currently have a pilot, Centerville, Chicopee, and Kingsdale are sort of our four usual areas where we need to focus in addition to, like I said, the two where you currently have a pilot at Chandler and at Vic Hills. And just the last point I'll make is I do appreciate all the work that's being done. I mean, anytime there's an update to a strategic plan, a new direction, new vision, and so on, there's always a little bit of transition pain that goes through that. But I do believe that from what I'm aware of in terms of the plan, we're heading in a positive direction. And just want to express my thanks for everything that the team's doing.
We appreciate that. Thank you very much.
You guys are popular. There's still 4 people in the queue. Up next is Councillor Michaud.
Thank you, Chair Davey. First, I want to thank staff for all the hard work that you've done. This has not been an easy time of transition, we'll call it, so that you're going through with the strategic plan and all the changes you've made so far. I will concur with Mayor Benvick and Councillor Janelle with regards to the Kingsdale locker. I think that would be something to really consider sooner than later as you go forward with this. But the one question I have with regards to the enhanced support for vulnerable library visitors. The library is it's for the entire community, and we all know that there's people that come in. Sometimes it's used as a learning center. I'm wondering what these enhanced services are. If you could elaborate on that.
Thanks for the question, Councillor. And this is a question that really resonates for me, both professionally as a library professional, but also personally. I've been a resident of downtown Kitchener for the last 15 years. I live there with my husband and our 2 teenage children, so we're raising our family there. So these aspects of service are really important and close to my heart. We're really looking forward in our new service delivery model to expanding our team and the support we offer to vulnerable community members. We're now taking a more system-wide approach to some of the work that we do to support vulnerable community members with a new manager role that will allow for more coordinated system-wide staff training, capacity building for staff as well, incident management and incident debriefing, and policy and procedure development, which we think are really important pieces. And then we currently have 2 full-time team members on our Community Connections team that work at the Central Library, supporting vulnerable community members, and we're increasing that staffing complement to 3 full-time team members. And those staff are really important in terms of relationship building with vulnerable community members and making sure people have the support they need to access community services.
Thank you. Thank thank you for all that information. That's great. I just want to make one other comment that I'm really happy to see an increase in staff at Pioneer Park Library. That's a very busy library, and it will certainly be welcomed. So thanks again for all your hard work.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Chair Davey. Thanks so much for coming in and all the great work you're doing. You mentioned collecting data and making better use, making data-driven decisions, which we as council really appreciate. And you talked about the qualitative data as well. So I wonder if you could just expound on how you might want to use the data that you collect in your decision-making process.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of factors. The map that Megan showed, looking at library lockers and the potential of where library lockers could go is a perfect example of that. That was basically the first project we started down the road of through a more data-driven lens and looking at equity factors and what are those equity factors and how do you measure those equity factors. When we go ahead and we decide to run a pilot such as library lockers, we're now sending out surveys to understand usage. We're, looking at not just how many items have come and gone from the library locker, but we're looking at capacity utilization of each of the boxes, et cetera, et cetera. So, our ability to use data is really going to help us refine how we're doing work to ensure that we're delivering the most value to the community. The qualitative side of the data discipline that we're bringing forward really is about co-designing service with the community. We sit, we listen, and then how do we make services better for the community? How do we reduce barriers for the community? Not just through our own ideas, but by engaging with community members who face those barriers to understand, truly what they need. Libraries are excellent at building relationships, and this is a way that we can double down on that.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I just want to say to you a big thanks. When you're going through transition, it can be difficult and challenging, but I think the results will be great for the community. I heard so many positive comments. There's the two guys who do a podcast on the Kitchener Rangers, and they said they could never have done what they're doing without the Hefner studio. They said the equipment and the support they got and getting it used and how to do things and improve things was incredibly helpful to them. I know when I've come to meet you at the library, the feeling, the vibe of the Central branch is great. It's great at my Wards branch at Stanley Park. So just continue innovating, continue all the hard work you're doing and making those sometimes challenging decisions. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor. We appreciate that.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Chair Davey, and thank you, Darren and team, for coming in, and as well, Maggie, thank you for being here to represent the board. Really appreciate your presentation today and all the things that you're doing in our community. It's exciting to hear your report about all the different things that you're looking at moving forward with. You've heard a recurring theme here about the library lockers, so I'm going to talk about those as well. I'm really lucky in that Victoria Hills Community Center is one of the places where you have put a library locker in. I think it's obvious to say that it's been very, very successful there. And I hear often from people using the community center about how excited they are to have it there and the convenience of being able to go and bring your books back there, etc. In fact, I wrote my quarterly newsletter for Victoria Hills on the library locker in case people didn't realize that it was there and what they can be doing with it. So it's pretty exciting, and that's another way that we as councillors can be helping to promote the service as well. I like Councillor Deneau's comment on working with the schools. You know that there's a school right across the road, in fact, from Victoria House. So I think that that's another great kind of partnership that we can be looking at. One thing that I'm interested in hearing a comment about is can we look at putting those library lockers in places like our new Cowan Recreation Complex? Activa, our different sporting facilities. These are not two communities that are separate. These are families and that are using those recreation complexes. I think it would be amazing to see kind of that cross-pollination. Is there something that you know, the libraries can be looking at in terms of helping to cross-pollinate the use of our recreation centers as well?
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. And yes, we're very much looking forward to continuing to work with the city on future opportunities for locker service delivery. I think we're in agreement that recreation centers are also a great opportunity for the potential for library locker service. And again, we're looking to do that within the context of that demographic and equity analysis that we're also doing. Looking forward to additional conversations on that.
Yeah, and you mentioned that the cost is about $50,000 per locker. Is there a way for you to look at doing some fundraising for that? I think that people might be willing to specifically give to something like that.
There could be a way. Yeah, so we want to finish the pilot. We want to understand a plan. We want to develop a plan. And once we have a plan and understand what the full cost is, I think then we will approach the different ways that we can fund that plan. Yeah.
Okay, that's really good to hear, and maybe that's something we can also be talking about further. So it's certainly been a year of great change at the KPL, and you'll definitely be dealing with those changes over the next little while. But I wanted to ask a question that's similar to what I asked Centre in the Square. And Councillor Schneider talked about this as well. But what areas do you see that you'll be able to look at innovation and growth in? It may not be next year, lots on your plate, but where do you kind of see things going for the library?
So we obviously are making these changes in order to provide more value to the library. I think there are two, I'll give you a high-level one and a pragmatic one, perhaps. Our new strategic plan focuses on improving people's well-being. It's grounded in the Canadian Index of Well-being and leverages the City of Kitchener's work that was done with the UN SDGs. And so for us, the library sector is just starting. We've been very good at counting things. What we want to do is understand the impact that we are having on people who use the library. And so one of the areas of innovation that we believe that we can support through this model is to really understand how we are supporting enhancing people's well-being through the use of the library. It's a really, really exciting project for us that speaks directly to the question about data as well. And just on another level, the world is changing very quickly. I was driving in today and I heard that 2 out of 3 people are probably going to use AI for their holiday shopping. The region wants to be a leader in AI. What is the library's role in helping the community understand AI so that we can develop a pipeline that supports the growth that we want to see here in Kitchener?
Love that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for allowing me to come back in. There's a few more things I wanted to really address during your leadership team. Our budget format has changed a little bit, so I'm not going to throw ideas at you guys, more suggestions. Hopefully there's something that can initiate dialogue. One is, I'll start with saying that libraries really are, a place for enrichment and something that it really does open people's mind up. And the 2 areas that we need that support more is in EDI, equity, diversity, and inclusion, where I say open up minds as we have a changing demographic in our community. It's helpful to integrate that changing community together, those that have been here for decades or generationally, and those that are here just over the last few years. So they have a common space they can come together at, and their minds can be enriched, and some of the biases can be broken down. And I think the Kitchener Public Library can serve a really important space for that. I don't know what that idea is or what that can entail, but I think you guys are, intelligent enough to figure some sort out. The other is Kitchener Connect. Kitchener Connect is, something that council has recently supported, and Kitchener taking initiative on better broadening the understanding of our Kitchener citizens about all the varying services that are available in the region, the not-for-profits, the assistance, the support, and how they can integrate and help the community move forward better. The library, I think, has been doing something like that in educating people all the services that are available in the region already. So you guys have been leading without us to begin with, but I think this is something, an important role you guys can play as well going forward. The last bit I want to say is digital, on the digital divide, and obviously people broadening their understanding about AI, and also shifting to a virtual library as well. Not everyone's going to be able to go, but now with benefit of just even VR, you can be in that space and feel presence by having a device over your head. And this is services or support that you may not have internally, but you can partner with the City of Kitchener through digital labs, where we may have support to create those type of apps for the Kitchener Library to allow more people to be a part of it. Mr. Chair, if you just one last bit, I was really nervous to hear the update on the library lockers. It was a shot in the dark a couple years ago. I'm really grateful for my colleagues for supporting it. But more than anything, these 10 people would have not let me down if it had not been a success. So I was afraid. More than anything, Councillor Davey over here, who holds that finance purse fairly tight, I know the capital cost is significant, $50,000 per kiosk. But like Councillor Johnson said, hopefully we can look for support elsewhere, other government funding, even through sponsorships. But this just allows accessibility across the community. So thank you for all the work and your leadership team that has made it a success in the pilot so far. Thank you.
And that actually concludes all of the questions, and I think anything that could have possibly said has been covered well by colleagues. Clearly, you have a lot of support from this council. Your recent structural changes make a lot of logical sense. We're certainly in support of that, and we're really, if you can tell, we're really excited about the innovative changes that you guys are making. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We truly, truly appreciate the support of council. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are at 11:42. Mr. Hagee, do you want to maybe start off and just then we'll get to have a longer break around the dinner period, and we'll try and break around noon. Mr. Hagee.
The tax-supported operating budget first. As council is aware, the city collects taxes for all of the levels of the local government and then distributes them to others. We had a bit of a discussion last year about that, about the city share and region share. And just wanted to tell council about the work that is being done to kind of get that word out. Kitchener taxpayers receive a significant value for their tax dollars, with only about 30% of the total tax bill directly funding the broad range of programs and services that they touch on their daily life and delivered by the City of Kitchener. Helping residents better understand the value for their tax dollars is something that council asked us to do through last year's budget process, so I just want to give a bit of an update about that. At council's direction, the city's launched a campaign to educate the public about Kitchener being less than 1/3 of the tax bill. Additionally, we've continued to communicate and highlight different services that the city provides, and we've already touched on those. Mr. Lautenbach kind of touched a bit on that here this morning. The communications campaign began this summer, and it included online content. There's a dedicated web page on the city's overall website about it, and social media posts, and it continues today with billboards that are both virtual and physical, online ads, social media posts, and ads in podcasts. So the word is getting out in multiple fronts about what the city delivers and that we're a portion of the tax bill. Speaking specifically to this year's tax rate increase, it's already been mentioned, the total increase is 2.2%. And this slide just breaks that out into a few subcomponents. The first is that about 2.4% of the tax rate increase is due to continuing to deliver services to our taxpayers, things that we're already doing that we need to continue doing next year, and there's an inflationary increase or pressure on that. Strategic priorities and growth-related impacts make up about another 1.5%, but that's offset by assessment growth of 1.7%, so if you add all those components together, you get 2.2%. And the budget changes by division can be found in Appendix B of the budget binder you have in front of you. This shows kind of that same information, just a different way. If we take all of the new expenses on the left-hand stacked bar graph and add those up, we get in the ballpark of $26 million. But offsetting that are a number of new revenues that are coming in, and those are shown in the right-hand bar graph. And kind of whatever the difference is, that's what we need to make up in property tax rate increases. And as has been mentioned multiple times, that's 2.2%. One of the ways that we can offset some of the cost increases that we have is by increasing user fees. And user fees are included as part of this year's budget package. As has been the pattern for the last number of years, we're saying that they will index on January 1st of this year, and generally user fees are going up by 4%. There are some exceptions to that, and the complete list of fees is included in your budget binder in Appendix E, and there's an issue paper in Appendix G that kind of writes out what the changes are if it is different than 4%. So that's the high-level overview of tax. If there are some questions or comments, we'll pause there before going on to enterprises.
There are a couple. First up is Councillor.
Yes, thank you. Just in the tax increase breakdown, we have Board of City Services, strategic priorities / growth, and assessment growth. Can you talk a little bit more about assessment growth with me?
Sure.
Use some more language to.
Sure. So every year as the city expands, new houses come online, we get additional tax revenue from those. And so that's made up by, that's what essentially what assessment growth is. So that's new tax revenue from houses that essentially were not on the tax roll at this point last year.
Great, thank you.
I was going to say that they didn't exist, but they might have existed, but just got picked up on the tax roll.
So new developments.
Yes.
Councillor Schwartz, good. Councillor Janelle.
Thank you, Chair Davey. Can I ask about user fees, or do you want me to come back to it another time?
Yep.
Is that okay? Thank you. So I noticed Appendix E52, the dog animal designation appeal fee, and that's a new fee that we're adding on this year. I guess, are we realistic in anticipating that actually being paid?
For detailed questions, I'm going to defer to the departments, but I don't know much about it at all.
Okay.
Who wants to take that one?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair, am I realistic about the fee being paid? The property standards appeal fee is $265. The fee was imposed earlier this year in June to compensate members of the citizen who are now appointed to the committee. So there has to be a cost recovery to that component, to adding those citizen members. So right now, $125. The onus is that hopefully we will be able to recover it. It's only going up by $25, and hopefully they will have modest increases for the upcoming years.
Okay, and do we know if other, and I can't remember what other municipalities do with some of their dog appeals. Is this in line with other municipalities?
I apologize, I didn't do a municipal scan. It is probably considerably lower for tribunals. If ever the program moved to an AMPS hearing officer program, an AMPS hearing officer right now is being paid $540. So we would be in a deficit by the end of the year. So it is just hopes that we can pay our citizen member with the attendance.
Okay, thank you. I did. And my last question is Appendix E56, the final utility meter read fees. And so I know we charge when somebody is moving from one house to another, we charge a new account fee. And so, again, I'm just curious if other municipalities charge the final utility fee along with a new account fee.
So through the chair, this is a new fee that we are including this year. It is a fee that other cities do charge. And so when you're requesting a move out, it requires an accurate read of the meter. And so this is the cost to, partly to recover the costs associated with sending somebody out to actually do that individual read, which is off the regular cycle that it would normally be read. So Cambridge, for example, charges a fee. Toronto, Hamilton, it is very common that this is another fee that's added when someone moves out.
Okay. What took us so long? All right, thank you very much.
Next up is Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, thank you. Again, regarding user fees, I noticed in the audit program section, there's a change from what used to be you could buy 5 tickets or 20 tickets or 60 tickets. And am I correct in saying that that's now being reduced to single use or 10 passes at a time? And I realize the price doesn't vary much for what it would cost for a single visit, but I just wondered why this change, and just for convenience sake, right?
Mr. Hildebrand?
Yeah, through the chair, Bob Shane's on standby. He'll be down in a couple of minutes to answer your question.
Okay, then I'll go on to my other question, and it has to do with the Victoria Park Pavilion. The daily rates for not-for-profits, it just seems quite steep. I just wondered if you could speak to that at $1,503, including HST, plus additional fees for staff.
I can't answer. Can you say what page you're on or what fee line,
Yeah,
just so we can follow?
Appendix E3, and it's line number 84. It's actually showing as a new fee.
Yeah, because it's a new fee, I'm wondering if it's actually discounted if there wasn't a daily fee before for staff. Mr. Chapman? Oh, and Mr. Reedman as well. But I'm happy to, yeah, Mr. Reedman, go ahead.
Through the chair, and so this fee is broken out for clarity. We often had members that would try to rent at the community fee, but they were actually providing weddings, and so the breakout is providing a bit more clarity. I can get more details on the specific structure of that fee over lunch.
Okay.
That's good, thank you.
Okay, a couple more people in the queue popping up here. Councillor Johnson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Davey. And I am looking in here under user fees for our bylaw fees. Can you point me in the direction of, or do we charge for enforcing bylaws as a user fee, or perhaps you can help with that?
Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, I won't have the correct legal terminology for it, but I believe that the set fines that you're referring to are covered under separate bylaws that are approved through the courts, and so those are not reflected on a council-approved fee schedule. But Ms. McNeil will often bring those forward separately for council for approval. And if I do recall correctly, I look at the clerk, I do believe that some set fines were revised in 2025, and so not every year do they get adjusted, but as needed, they come forward.
Okay, so those are covered by the fees we collect, say for a parking ticket or something. That then covers the user fees and everything for that.
That's correct, but they're subject to a process through the courts for approval, and so they're not reflected on this fee schedule here.
Okay, I guess the bigger picture question that I have around that is, I'm wondering if are we recovering enough for the way that the city's growing and the amount of bylaw infractions in that we're dealing with. So kind of a big picture question, but I didn't know if it should be under user fees or where I should ask that.
So I'd suggest, Mr. Chair, that we can report back on that question.
Yeah, yeah, we would have
Sorry, that we what?
The staff will report back because they wouldn't have that.
Thank you. I just didn't hear that. Thank you.
I see Mr. Shane here actually. Councillor Chapman, do you want to bring it back in and we can handle your swimming related question? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, thank you. So I noticed it used to be that you could buy a book of, what was it, 5 tickets, 20 tickets, 60 tickets for open swims, and that's now being changed to just 10 books, like a book of 10 tickets. And I just wondered why the change. I realized the price doesn't change dramatically, but just for convenience sake, you know, for people to be able to buy those 60 tickets is a lot easier than having to buy 10 every few weeks.
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, through the chair. It is not actually meant for that convenience opportunity for the customer. There's no limit on the number of blocks of 10 that you can purchase at any time. It just creates an easier process for staff and also for the customer.
I don't know about the customer, but okay, because it is going to create more work for people. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Would you reconsider going back to the 60 books of 60 tickets?
We can talk with that with staff. It doesn't stop the customer from buying 60 at once.
Right.
And they can buy as many as they want within that block. If they wanted to buy 100 tickets, they could buy 100 tickets at that time. It doesn't change the process for the customer. They can purchase that many, 60 to 40, whatever they need at that time, but we can look at it.
Because right now you can only buy 60 and you can't buy another 60 until that 60 is run out. So
Correct.
This would change that.
So if they needed to buy 80, they now buy 80.
Right.
Yes, just so I understand, I'll try to click out. I'm just trying to understand. I'm not sure what your concern is between someone buying 60 at once or buying 6, 10 packages, which we can still do, right?
Correct.
Well, yeah, just because I imagine for each 10 packages you have to click again and click again and click again, whereas if you do 60 tickets, you do it once every 6 months or whatever.
Okay.
Depending on what your use is.
Understood. Thank you. Mr. Rubin?
Through the chair, so I do have a response on the Victoria Park Pavilion fee. And so the previous amount was a wedding package fee of $5,000, and it wasn't being utilized. It was a fairly steep fee, and so staff looked at a more reasonable fee, and that's available for any daily bookings for the Victoria Park Pavilion. So it's actually a reduction overall for most users.
Go ahead.
Yes. So for not-for-profits before, they were paying $5,000 to book their room?
Through the chair, yes, that was the daily booking fee that would have been charged.
Even if it wasn't a wedding?
Sorry, I'll get clarity.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thanks.
Okay, we'll just go on down the queue here then. Next up is Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Questions on two parts. One is in planning. There are a lot of new services that are being added.
If you could reference the numbers, Councillor Singh.
Yeah, EA. So in planning, fees related to when a development application comes forward, review of, I guess, whatever studies that are part of that development review process. We didn't charge monies for some of this before, as our staff looked at the reports from third-party consultants, and now we are looking at the hydrological, phase 1 environmental, phase 2 environmental, record of site. My concern is this: we are trying to formulate a housing strategy that is supportive of infill and kind of complementary housing that caters to affordability in low-rise areas. Are we looking at a way of, charging these fees perhaps on large developments where they have the capacity to pay these type of fees, as opposed to just a one-time builder who may be putting in a fourplex, but has to do a hydrological report that's going to cost them $2,500.
Mr. Rubin?
Through the chair, so these were typically reviewed by the region, and they're typically on larger scale developments. Hydrogeological report would not typically be required on an infill project, a small infill project where somebody's adding additional units. These are sort of larger subdivisions or larger development applications that would require that. And so we do cater the application requirements based on the needs of the project. And so this would be, so these aren't charged on every single project. They would be in a highly sensitive area or where there's requirements for these studies to be done. And so these typically were done by the region previous to Bill 23 implementation, and they're now a responsibility of the City of Kitchener. So we are looking at our staff recovery for that.
Okay, understandable. But I would say is perhaps we can have some sort of threshold based on the number of units, and especially if there's going to be a affordable housing complement for that type of development. So I think maybe a further discussion on that is merited. And the last part I want to go to is an E36. Looking at a tree recovery cost, a new fee that's being added. same question. How do you say you want to stop infill development? Well, E36 would be one way of saying it. I mean, a tree with a size of 100 centimeter diameter, it's a large tree, but nonetheless, you're looking at a $21,000 recovery. I'm guessing this would be in a scenario where there's a boulevard tree and someone, or is this is something else? Because it says here on public tree removal.
Apologies, Councillor Singh, I don't see the 20.
E36, right?
Yeah, E36. I don't see.
1199. I went to the largest tree size, but it goes anywhere between 1800, which is like a sapling, to a mature tree, which would be 21,000 plus. I mean, these numbers are not just 21, 16, 12,000, 9,000. These are significant charges. Could this be related to a boulevard tree as well?
So through the chair, these are related to trees within the public realm. So it could be boulevard trees, and also trees on other city lands. The city would work with any developer proponent to look at tree savings plan to prevent large mature stature trees from having to be removed in the right of way. These would be, a large tree under 1199 would be exceptional in terms of tree removal. The first is always to save the trees, and typically that can be accommodated. The other consideration is if there were non-permitted tree removals, this is also a mechanism under the private tree or the public tree bylaw to recover costs.
No, I'm not arguing the basis behind it. My concern is related to, again, we're looking at waiving DCs on affordable housing and fourplexes, but then we're recovering back on tree planting or tree recovery costs. Even if now we're looking at a mature tree, I don't want to exacerbate the argument. Even mid-tier, you're looking at $10,000, which would be a lot of boulevard trees, I would say, and that's a significant cost. I think this merits larger discussion, but I just wanted to raise this for the attention. Thank you.
So through the chair, these numbers are based on industry standards in terms of tree protection and tree recovery measures. I know this matter came before council earlier this year in terms of the public tree bylaw, and these fees were a consideration associated with that and supported.
My apologies if that was missed by me or perhaps by my colleagues as well who may share this significant barrier to affordable housing as what we're trying to do with the fourplexing and triplexing. We're looking at where there's an affordable component on the DC. And so that's, again, going back to Mr. Reedman, potentially we may want to look at that bylaw as we're bringing back on the affordable side where we're looking at DC exemptions, where there's affordable housing component as part of that new like low-rise infill. Perhaps some relief from this as well, along with the DCs. Because again, if you're charging on this side and relieving another, cost is a barrier nonetheless. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Davey, and yeah, Councillor Singh, I do share some of your sentiment, but if I remember when we dealt with this, it was more or less on like in parklands or something like that, not the boulevard trees. So, anyways, that was my kind of understanding.
Ms. Bevola, do you want to clarify?
So through the chair, it was related to all trees on public land, so both boulevard and in parks, forests, those types of locations.
Okay. Well, I share the same sentiments then. Anyways, I guess what the question that I have is, and I guess it's under enforcement in Appendix E19. Do we not charge a fee when a resident continuously contacts bylaw and then we find out that it's just they're using it as a tool to, just to create problems? Do we ever create a fee for that because we have bylaw continuously investigating that is really not really a non-issue?
Mr. Hildebrand?
Gloria's on standby. She'll be down in a couple couple of minutes.
Perfect.
Yeah, that Councillor Ioannidis, that does sound more like a fine, like a ticketing fine as well, as opposed to a user fee. But
The reason why I'm raising it because it happened in my neighborhood, and I was like, I know people involved, and I know it's not wasn't legit reasons being called, and I spoke to the bylaw officer, and he mentioned that he keeps coming there all the time, and I'm like, that can't be right. We can't be having bylaw keep coming when it's not substantiated.
fair enough. There is actually no one else in the queue, so if is Ms. McNeil coming down right now? Okay, we'll just hang on for her then. Were there any other questions of staff? Councillor Stretch.
Yeah, sorry, my question is around the private tree bylaw. So it is that coming back to council in early 2026, or is that the public piece?
Ms. McGolder, go ahead. Oh, Mr. Eben?
Through the chair, the anticipated date is the end of Q1 2026 to come back to council.
Okay, and that's for private tree, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So, and can I just, while there's an update going on up there, just back to the tree removal situation that we're talking about here. I just want to be clear, like, so for example, if there was a new development was being built that required a mature tree, let's use the most extreme example, the largest size there being removed, the developer for that property would have to pay that $26 whatever is $1,000 to the city to have, and does that even include the tree removal? They have to remove the tree on top of that. Ms. McGolder, go ahead.
So through the chair, that we would work with the developer to come up with a alternative plan in terms of the tree. It would be extremely rare to get a size of tree that would be in that high category on a boulevard. These are typically very large tree statures associated with a park. So the $21,000 fee would, it would be very rare that we would see that within a boulevard tree. But certainly within the size class that you're seeing here, we would, that would be the cost of the replacement of a tree.
Okay, yeah, I'm not sure where to go with that too, but I do have some concerns that we're trying to, address the housing supply crisis, and that would, essentially, that's a large enough sum that it would kill some developments. So I think I do agree that we need to have some further dialogue in that piece. Councillor Ioannidis, do you want to cue in now that Gloria's here? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks, Gloria, for coming down quickly. I appreciate that. I guess my question is, have we ever looked at a fee for those instances where bylaw keeps getting called to a certain situation and finding that it's being abused by the individual who's calling, that there is really no infractions or anything like that?
Through the chair, we don't have any fines that we can issue for that, but we do have a council-approved policy that allows us to prioritize vexatious complaints. So if we are repeatedly getting either a very long list of complaints from a caller or complaints that don't result in a violation, we can do several things. We can either take a position and not respond to them as per the policy, or we can prioritize them. So if they're not a safety concern, we can prioritize them and deal with them as we have time to do so.
Okay. Doesn't an officer need to go in and just check regardless whether there's a call or not?
Sorry?
If there's a call, they have to go and check regardless?
Yeah, through the chair. So any complaint that comes in, we would have to verify whether there's an infraction or not. And often what happens is they are valid complaints. It's just somebody who's a little bit maybe more gung-ho and calls in a long list of them, and then that's when we prioritize those.
Okay. I'm just concerned that, and maybe it's not for this subject today, but maybe we can talk offline on that.
Okay.
Thank you. A few more people in the queue.
Certainly.
May not necessarily be for you, Ms. McNeil, but, Mr. Chapman.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Ms. McNeil can also respond to Councillor Chapman's question. I believe it was about, no, it wasn't Councillor Chapman. There was a question, though, about, Councillor Johnson had a question about whether or not we're recovering costs through the set fine amounts. Also, Ms. McNeil can respond to that now as well.
Certainly, through the chair. So we did increase our fines when we moved from the provincial offences process into the AMPS process, and we significantly increased them in some areas such as fireworks. We have recently, as of this year, also increased our parking fine revenue, so we are increasing fines. We are comparative when we've done a scan with other municipalities, so I think that's something we have to keep in mind. And although our parking or our fines don't completely cover our operating costs, that's never been a model that we have used. We've always utilized fines to change behavior, not to be punitive.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Davey. Thank you. Thank you for that. I think that my question in general had also been around, our population has really grown. And I know that every single budget cycle or every time that you're coming here, we're adding another thing for you to do, whether it's fireworks. I'm sure that the cost of patrolling for fireworks in general is huge. When we look at some things around just our different planning initiatives and our property standards complaints. They may not be a user fee, but I'm wondering, because I've taken a look at, I think it's a 13.8 difference in the budget this year. I'm hoping that's enough, but do you truly feel that is enough to have a cost recovery and still be able for your team to provide the services that they do to our community?
Through the chair, I think we're in a good position. We've done quite a bit of staffing up over the last few years. We've also sort of changed our process in how we operate, and we're looking at technology for ways to improve service versus just hiring more additional staff. So I think with our current purchases of our license plate recognition vehicles, those have made a significant impact on our staffing resources and the amount of work that we're able to get completed. So for right now, I think we're in a good position, but thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Up next is Councillor.
Yeah, thanks for letting me keep back in. I wanted to go back to the fees for I know I mentioned the Victoria Park Pavilion, but also Gaukel Block and Square Peg. I know these are, for the most part, new fees. Sorry, it's on Appendix 3, and it's lines 99 to 106, I guess. And I just wondered, Gaukel Block is not occupied 365 days of the year, and Square Peg, I know staff and has done a great job in trying to keep that as occupied as we can. But I guess I wonder what the occupancy rate of the containers on Gaukel Block has been over the past year, and Square Peg for that matter as well. And I guess my concern is, would these fees in any way deter future use of those two spaces, or if there's been an analysis of any sort along those lines?
Mr. Reed. Through the chair, so I will have to get back to you on the occupancy numbers. I don't have that available with me, so I'll ask staff to look at that over lunch. My understanding is that these fees were already in place for the pilot program, and these are just now being formalized in the structure. And so the fees aren't changing; they're just a new fee based on the pilot sort of period ending, and then now formalizing into the fee structure. I do also have a response for the Victoria Park Pavilion one as well, if you would like me to highlight that one. And so there is an existing hourly fee, and so that fee hasn't changed at all. The Clarity is adding this for a full day booking, and so we would charge them based on either their hourly rate, which is the same fee that's previously been used, with the exception of the slight inflationary factor. And then the full daily fee is assuming a 15-hour daily rental. If they rent less than that, then they pay the hourly fee based on those hours.
Right. And I mean, if you have any data on the usage of the Victoria Park Pavilion by these groups, that would also be helpful.
Sure, I'll ask staff to look into the hourly usage for both Gaukel and Victoria Park.
And the data.
Before
click off just again to clarify, Mr. Egan, if I could. So it sounds like then the new fee will actually be a lower rate than for someone that's renting more than 15 hours.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Drew.
Thank you, Chair Davey, and thanks for coming down, Ms. McNeil. My question's for you. Perfect timing. And so under E19, the enforcement and the administration fees, I'm just curious the last time any of those fees were raised or increased, right?
That was certainly E19, Councillor.
Yeah, 610, 611. I think the snow there and the grass.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. So I think what, in regards to the ones that are outlined here, they've gone up each year according to whatever the percentages that council has done. So about 4%, it looks like.
Okay, and they're usually, correct me if I'm wrong, given on the second visit, right? We give them a warning the first time. If we have to go back out again, that's when we see an admit fee and a fine or something similar to that.
Yeah, so it would depend on the process. So for example, snow and ice or grass and weeds, yes, they would get one notice per season, and then any repeat complaints, they would be considered automatic violations, and they would automatically go for clearing without further warning. Property standards is the 20% there. That is an administrative fee. That is the total amount of the cost of the work.
Okay, and how often do we see repeat offenders the same season? Like, is it usually after the first time they receive this, then they, clean up their act, or?
Majority of people do clean up their act after getting a warning. We had looked at that back when we did the full snow and ice review and noticed that the repeat offenders were actually quite low on that. And we did establish a repeat offender list that we maintain each year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and finally, Councillor Singer, and then we'll break for lunch.
Yeah, just two questions. Just improving our method of enforcement. I think we've done really well using technology for on-street parking enforcement. Using the cameras as opposed to parking. Is there anything that we could do regarding property standards, where it's imaging and as the vehicle's driving by, it automatically detects the grass size or whatever, right? And that way we can capture more.
Through the chair, so I think the position that council has always taken is that we are reactive in our complaints, so we're not out there proactively looking for violations. If we were to consider that, we would need a lot more staff. So I think that would have to be a business case on its own with a complete review as to what that would look like and what the impacts would be.
So that's why I was not wanting to go in the staff direction, using technology to augment the extra, staffing hours. So that's why my question was, have we looked at any technologies available that now can use AI for image analysis to see what doesn't meet our property-based standard bylaws?
Yep. Yeah, so through the chair, I think the challenge is even if you used AI to find other infractions, there's still the back end to that. So there would still have to be an officer that would have to open a file, send a letter, do all that work. So that would be a significant increase in staffing resources that would have to manage that back end to capture whatever the photographs or the AI image would grab on the front end.
I think it's worthwhile for us to take a look as we grow. I think we may have to, because we receive those complaints ourselves, right? And I think it places a higher expectation standard for people to keep a very clean kept property, and I think it enhances the neighborhood. That again, it may be like, the enforcement cameras, and we may flip-flop and back in afterwards anyway, so I think it's good for us to look at it and maybe have over a long-term community dialogue to see where those challenges lie, our ability to enforce and capture more data as well. The last question I had, I think Councillor Deneau kind of touched on it, in a way of more enforcement of property standard bylaws. where we do have the repeat offenders. How do we consult with them to see why is it a reoccurring issue? And also, that's one way through the fine, of course. Do we have dialogue as well, or is it typically just very much so just the notice being sent and enforcement? The reason why I'm saying is I want to separate from, we have an aging population. I want to separate those that are just in difficult circumstances of life, as opposed to being a landlord or being a property manager that's not being responsible.
Through the chair, again, it would depend on the bylaw. So something like snow and ice, grass and weeds, they have very quick turnaround times, so the dialogue is less there because we need to get it cleared within, snow and ice is 24 hours, right? Property standards or lot maintenance, any of those have a longer time frame to address them, so that's where we would have the opportunity to have a dialogue with people, take extenuating circumstances into account, and have a little bit more understanding of why it's repeating. I think the challenge is that the quicker turnaround violations that have a safety component attached to them.
So when we do have enforcement, just as a suggestion, they have suggestions, may want to, through the fine, offer people to enter their phone number, cell number into data, so that again, if you see that they have snow, grass, whatever the case may be, a text message gets sent, so that they reacted immediately, as opposed to it being reoccurring as a fine. So again, just allow their own ability to kind of uptake on that, and if they do want to be more responsive.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Not specifically budget related per se, but I do appreciate the feedback. So we now will break for lunch. I suppose we could be back on time to 1 o'clock. It's 40 minutes. Is that okay with everyone? Okay. We'll reconvene at 1 o'clock. Thanks, guys. unless Councillor Chapman has any questions. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I was just looking at sorry, just a sec. Yeah, okay, so in 2025, the forecast for both golf courses was much lower than what we're anticipating as a forecast now. I just wondered what happened from last year to this year to explain that change.
Mr. Shane, go ahead.
Through the chair, really comes down to revenue generation year over year in what we had available to us. We made a marked improvement this year from our 2025 budget to put money towards the reserve, knowing that we, in the future, as we continue to earn the revenue we have to balance that out between commitments to capital and capital improvements at both the maintenance of the course as well as the clubhouses, while still being diligent in paying down the reserve.
So it's mostly about improvements to the courses in both cases?
Correct.
Okay, because it's quite a dramatic difference in, over the years, right? If you go 10 years down the road, like in 2031, it was forecasted at 176 and now it's 415. Like, that's quite a difference.
Year over year, our trends have been very good revenue-wise, and it's becoming an industry, across the industry, the trend for golf is positive. So we're going to be aggressive with our capital as well as the reserve to ensure we're making the improvements that are necessary on both courses.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I had a question on that as well. And I guess my question would be, why are we being so? We had a blowout year. I thought it was first of all, credit where it's due to have done some fantastic work with our golf courses, but it looks like we're being, just me looking at the numbers alone, that we're being overly conservative in our projections for revenue next year. Why is that? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Through the chair, we've increased our revenue projection by $700,000 year over year from our budget from 2025 to 26 budget projections. Again, we are looking at it from a standpoint of memberships, consistency with memberships that we're doing. We're driving different programs. We're also driving a lot of other inclusive programs. So we want to ensure that we're being prudent with our revenue generation as well, and so we're not over prescribing and falling short.
Okay, so I realize, yeah, it's because that's such a great year. We were $1 million over in revenue than projected, but we're also, I guess, we're targeting $400,000 less. I guess, was there anything specific this year revenue-wise that put us over that threshold that we're not expecting to see next year? I see Mr. Chapman's queued in as well.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I think there's a similar scenario here as the center of the square, where it's helpful to look at the contribution margin, not just the top revenue line. So if you look at budget 2025, you'll see that core revenue less operating expenses was a contribution of $600,000. The actuals in 2025 were about $1.3 million. And in 2026, it's 1.2 million. So you can see that net contribution to the bottom line was $600,000 in last year's budget. It's doubled in the 2026 budget and very close to the actual experience in 2025. So I think you need to look at those two lines in concert with one another because they have both been set lower than the prior year.
Okay.
And to finish the point, my understanding is that then as the season lengthens, as revenues go up, those operating costs will follow suit. And so if we have an extremely long season, we would expect to generate more revenue, but those variable operating costs would also be higher.
Okay. My other question on this is, I'm not going to argue the projections, but I'm a bit more bullish or optimistic on golf in general. And I'm just wondering if you'd ever considered, well, first I'd ask actually, financial question, but Mr. Haggie or Mr. Chapman, the purpose of the tax stabilization reserve for the remainder committee.
Tax Stabilization Reserve Fund is there for surpluses and deficits at the end of the year. That's where all the funds go. And having that means that we can avoid rate shocks. If we do poorly, we have a bit of a fund to pay that off. If we do well, we bank it for a future day when maybe things don't happen. And each of the enterprises has their own self-sustaining one. So Golf has one, which is currently in a negative position.
Okay, thank you. And I noticed that because again, we're very, we're not going to go far financially. We're hitting up against the maximum for our tax stabilization. So I was wondering if there's ever been a consideration of going back to the old format for golf, where we did draw down. I know we just recently completely canceled the dividend transfer to the city. I wonder if there's ever any consideration of doing a transfer for stabilization, paying off the golf debt, and then looking at a dividend model going forward back to the city.
Sure. So the stabilizations for each of the enterprises they're meant to be self-sustaining practices. And so we shouldn't be taking money from tax stabilization to the Golf Stabilization Reserve Fund to pay that off. And going back, we actually have an agreement, a level playing field agreement, that we would not be subsidizing our subsidizing our golf operation with tax funds. So we would not suggest that that's something we should be doing. The surpluses in tax should be staying and funding tax things, and indeed they do. Those surpluses are available for tax-supported services, not golf or building or any of the other enterprises.
Yeah, I thought did we make a transfer a number of years ago? Like, I thought the golf debt was significant. I made like a $1 million transfer or something along those lines.
We did a long time, very early in your term on council, we did that. And part of that was in recognition that golf had been paying a dividend when they were operating at a loss. And so it essentially overpaid. The amount of the dividend was higher than it should have been. So then we made a one-time payment and reduced or eliminated the dividend transfer.
Okay, and Mr. Chapman, as well, I'm just curious, can you remind me the two? I thought the purpose of the level playing field was to ensure we were drawing enough of a dividend from golf for level playing field. Am I misremembering that? Oh, Mr. Lawton.
So through the chair, I believe the level playing field was essentially capping what we could provide as a dividend. We made the decision to not, it wasn't significant in terms of what that dividend was. And so it was supposed to be capped related to what would be equivalent to taxes that would be paid. I think that was sort of the premise around it. We made the decision based on the financial operations and the capital needs of the golf course to remove that dividend when it was struggling. I think right now we wouldn't be in a position to revisit that at this point. After one really good year, but I think we could revisit it longer term if it was something that we saw the golf courses continuing to have that sustained success in terms of revenue projections overall.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. I think it's just like quick comment. It's not something I would want to make a change for just because we did have one fantastic year. But I do think it's a model that we should go back to. We should explore going back to in terms of dividend, like a small dividend from golf. And again, it might make some logical sense. This is a question for the financial guys to figure out in terms of paying off that debt instead of paying interest on the debt. And if we have surpluses in tax stabilization reserve, I know we do have purposes for these reserves, but at the end of the day, I also sort of see it as there's always tendencies, especially if there's 10 years from now there's a new council, to shave off the peaks and leave the valleys alone, and that's not something I ever want to see. I'd rather see a balancing of that if possible to protect future councils, frankly, from themselves. But Mr. Chapman, do you want to comment?
Through the chair, I don't know, Chair Davey, if I'm totally following that line of argument. On D1, Appendix D1, I would draw council's attention to the golf enterprise stabilization balance. You can see that we are projecting, I believe, to end 2026 with a shortfall of $700,000 in that account. And so our approach would be to continue transferring any profit from golf to this fund to eliminate that balance, which is accruing interest.
And once there are retained earnings in the golf enterprise, then to look at that point in time for potential for a dividend. And that was always the premise, that dividends by definition are only paid from retained earnings. There are no retained earnings in the golf enterprise at this point in time, and so there is no basis to pay a dividend today.
Yes, but okay. No, I'm just like planning out if we were to pay off that debt though.
Yes.
Then there would be retained earnings, and then we could draw dividend.
Correct.
Right. Okay. So I'm just thinking in the future if we have a big surplus. Well, I guess my other question is, what happens to tax stabilization when we exceed the maximum?
Those funds get transferred to tax capital, which funds the capital budget.
Capital budget. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Something about in the future. Again, we could, if we have a blowout year, we could conceivably be out of that deficit in near term.
So we would agree with you, and our hope is that within this 5-year projection that's in front of you, that we would be able to pay this balance down. And at that point in time, we would agree that's the time to have a conversation around whether a dividend would be appropriate.
Okay. And do we routinely, I don't know how the debt's structured, but do we routinely look at our situations where we are in deficit and the interest we're paying versus the interest we're getting from surpluses and make that calculation in terms of savings? Like, for example, if it's open-ended, we're paying a high interest rate on the debt. How often do we look at potentially paying it off versus our lower interest income?
Sure. Through the chair, the interest that's charged to the various reserve funds is reflective of the interest that we're earning on our investments. So if we're earning about 3 or 4%, then that's the interest that's being charged on those reserves. So it's totally tied into what our actual return is.
Okay, so this isn't separate. It's helpful. Okay, sorry about it. There are people on the queue now. Councillor Sim, on go.
No, I'm glad you did the line of questioning. I think I had a similar kind of premise on this one too. I think we do need to start having a bit of a better expectation from this enterprise as as an operating model of how it's helping our overall financial bottom line. Now, do we for between budget and projection, what was 2024 like? Because again, comment is made, we need to see a transition of continual years to see that larger surplus for us to start considering. I know this is what seems to be a one time. Was 24 somewhere? Or?
Sorry, through the chair, we can look for it. I don't have it off the top of my head, but we can look.
That's okay. The other thing is, sorry if this is not as budget related, but looking at a long-term master plan towards our golf enterprise, seeing overall user data, seeing if we are having growth with the new users as opposed to just the existing, I guess those that have that golf as a preferred sport. Like, are we seeing growth in general?
Sure. I think Mr. Shane should be able to respond.
Through the chair. We currently are seeing growth with new users, and that comes in areas of we've capped our memberships. We do have programs not only for youth but young adults to introduce them to the game of golf. We also are expanding. We've expanded opportunities to more green fees, fewer membership rounds, or just it's actually making more tee times available so that there are more green fee opportunities. We can do some surveying to get a better understanding of new use with Kitchener Golf. They may be experienced golfers, but participating with Kitchener Golf for the first time.
Yeah, I think it's important. We need to make the most of this.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is a lot of this is a significant asset in the community. City or size with 2 golf courses, that's the other thing, right? If you have 2 golf courses, we need to start seeing a growing trend within the sport for us to really justify the ongoing investments and, of course, the operating costs related to. So again, can you answer that? When was the last master plan related to golf?
Through the chair, I'm not too sure when the last one was. I do recall there was some strategy done in 2010 following the economic downturn, to understand golf as an operating model, but there hasn't been a master plan done that I'm aware of.
Okay, I think we should start looking at it. The other question is related to the debt. This debt is it's amortized, right? We can't just pay it early, can we?
Through the chair, all of the debt that the city has, that debentures that have been issued, are fixed, locked. We cannot pay them off early.
Okay. So we're locked in, so we can't really pay down with excess surpluses.
Correct.
So going back to Councillor Davies' concern, I think, beyond the tax stabilization fund, that we can start looking at the dividend. So I just want to make sure that, I include my voice to it too. We've had that in the past. I understand the struggle that golf has gone through and realize the problems through COVID. But I think just as a Kitchener taxpayer, there needs to be a better expectation as to what the return to operating is from this enterprise. Just a comment with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stretch.
Thank you. I'm wondering, maybe in a golf master plan it could be captured more, but around sponsorships and after a knockout year, considering what kind of leverage or how we can build on that. Has that been considered, or is it something we've explored in the past or are looking to do that in the future?
Through the chair, we have explored in the past like whole sponsors. With the climate at the time, it was not the return on the amount of work that goes into it for what the value is on the sponsorship was not a large return on investment for the efforts. It can definitely be revisited now to see if there is a larger return on investment with the efforts of maintaining the capital costs into it and managing a program of that nature.
Thank you, Mayor Rabinovich.
Yeah, just very quickly, and I certainly appreciate sort of the desire to increase dividends and see it move forward. But I'm wondering if Mr. Shane, you can touch a little bit on the pre-COVID golf years, because if I remember, there was a time period we were actually in a fairly regular decline in golf in comparison to sort of once COVID hit and the years since. And while I hope that the trend for golf continues to be positive moving forward. I'm just wondering if we can touch a little bit on that and sort of some of the challenges we dealt with at that time.
Shane?
Yeah, through the chair. Pre-COVID, our golf numbers were definitely less than what we're seeing now. There was the decline for golf started actually with the global decline in 2008. We did stabilize through the later years of 2015 to say 2019. Memberships were not sold out at that time. We had room for memberships. Starting in with the pandemic and being the first opportunity to be outside and participate in something safely, saw a real increase in golf interest and actually from golfers that had gone away from the sport during that decline period. Conversations with folks in the industry, the current trend as it is right now is it's looking forward to probably another 5 years as they are projecting out that this is going to be stable, this type of growth. And we definitely are feeling that between the increased interest in golf and continuing interest in golf. We're seeing it in our youth program and with our camp program. It's getting to the 2019 numbers in our camp and youth programming, which is fantastic. So we are seeing that. It's also with the management team involved and with our support teams that we've put in place. We are finding an increasing tee times, making necessary changes to maximize what we do have. So we're going to continue to see that, using technologies to understand better efficiencies on how our courses played as well.
Yeah, thank you. There's no else in that. If I could just, by way of comment, just want to be clear too. I think you guys know me. I would never make a last-minute budget rash decision like that. It wasn't any intention for this budget, certainly. But like I said, I am confident in golf's growth going forward. And I would note, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Chapman, in the early years, like in the early 2009, 2010 years, I believe the city was drawing down dividends of $300,000 and $400,000 from Golf Enterprise, which I would submit is as wrong in the sense of being too high for the time as drawing no dividend down now. but I am optimistic that that we will be returned at some point in the near future to being able to return some revenue to the city. And it's also interesting to note that sometimes, you know, golf gets a bad rap in the media in terms of being a public service that we have, but by the same notion, this is the only recreation service that we offer that actually offsets, or historically, significantly had offset taxation and not consumed property taxation. So I think that's a really important distinction. And again, congrats, Mr. Shane, on an amazing year. I know we worked on it for a long time, lots of meetings, and I think there's a lot more work in the future. Okay, moving on. Parking enterprise. Any questions on parking? Councillor Jack.
Yeah, I just know there's a parking master plan being worked on. How is this reflected in what's being proposed, or what's being proposed here?
Mr. Rubin?
Through the chair, and so there is some potential variability in future years based on some of the recommendations that may be coming forward from the parking master plan. One of the challenges we're facing right now is office vacancy, and we're looking at the interface between parking and attracting tenants. And so that's not built into the budget currently. If there are any tweaks to that,
So it's not in the budget.
correct. This is assuming the existing conditions for the user fee structure right now.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Benovich?
Yeah, just on that, and I'm gathering then, based on that, a lot of this will sort of follow later in 2026 as part of the parking enterprise. But are there any things technology-wise that we've built into the budget for 2026 to sort of capitalize on some of the recommendations that might come out of that master plan, or will that have to wait and follow in 2027 and beyond?
Mr. Rubin?
Through the chair, and so we have replaced all of our parking equipment, and that does allow us for some flexibility in the future. And so there may be some minor tweaks required for that, but you know, we have a better understanding of sort of entry and exit requirements in our facilities and things like that based on our new technology that we've deployed over the last year and a half or so.
And that's slated to come back when?
Through the chair, and so we are looking at the interface with the office vacancy and going through the work through that study, which is anticipated to start early in the new year or late this year. And so we'll bring forward the recommendations at the appropriate time.
Okay, and can you just remind me, are we still doing the Saturdays in December downtown? In terms of, we used to have Saturdays in December that there weren't any charges to try to encourage. I can't remember. Is that still built into the budget?
Through the chair, I just may have to double check that one. I will let you know once I hear back from staff.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Singh on parking.
Yeah, just looking at the last year's, I guess, deficit in the parking enterprise. Like, I see that we are our budget for 2026 is even more projecting than the 2025 from core revenue. Looking at the downtown vacancy rates, like, are we realistic on this one, or are we more so waiting on the fact that kind of return to work mandates are changing a little bit? Not return to office, I mean, and that may help to grow the revenue.
Mr. Rubin?
Through the chair, and so the increase in revenue in 2026 is primarily from gate revenue anticipated from increased theater shows, and Seward Center in the Square has been increasing their programming, and there's also an increase in the fee for that special event parking, and so that's primarily driving that, with a small uptick in return to work from other organizations in the downtown.
And looking at the past year's deficit, how much is that related to? We did go in a different direction with City Hall parking. I think there was significant revenue coming from staff, and I think it's paid now. It's included as part of the benefit.
Through the chair, so there was no change to our actual revenue, and so that is being offset by operating expenses in our organization.
Okay, all right. Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair Davey. And I was going to ask something simpler. Sorry, not simpler. Similar to to what Councillor Singh asked. I was wondering if that increase in revenue was a direct correlation to us increasing the parking amounts, or have we? Is that something that we've seen yet? And the other question that you can answer along with that is, when we raise the revenue, or sorry, when we raise the charges, did we see the use of the parking go down, or did it change at all?
Through the chair, so there is another contract that we secured. So with the hospital, we did lease out a significant amount of parking at Brom Yards while they're going through some renovation work at the hospital. So that is part of the driver for our increase in revenue, in addition to the theater uptick. What we have seen is that when we've increased the parking rates recently, we see a slight decrease in the amount of users. And so one of the recommendations is to hold a number of the parking rates flat for this year. We know we're in a bit of a precarious time in downtown, and so we don't want to keep increasing the rates and drive away potential office vacancies, but there are additional recommendations that will likely come forward in 2026.
And similar to that, then, has there been an issue then with people not using the parking lots, but then parking on side streets a lot more?
Through the chair, so we do have a restriction on our bylaw that does not allow more than 3 hours of parking, and so bylaw does have automated cameras that go around, and so I'm not aware of us seeing a significant increase on side street parking around downtown based on the other bylaws that we have in place, but we are cognizant of the price sensitivity around parking.
Yeah, thanks. I think that will be an interesting thing to watch. Thanks.
Thank you, and Councillor Singh with the follow-up.
Yeah, just quickly, I think this is more from growing together. We are really shifting our planning policy to not have as much reliance requirement of parking. Are we working with the developers to see if we can, as they are looking to develop and new condo owners coming in, that we are the first one to market our various different parking garages for long-term leases within that development?
Through the chair, so we do have conversations with developers. We also have an overnight parking rate that is a reduced rate for people that take their car out of the downtown but require parking overnight, and so that's tailored for condominium owners that live in the downtown that may not have a parking space. And so some people might be in transition, like they find a new partner and they need an extra vehicle space for a period of time, and so we have some rates that do reflect that modernization.
Okay, I'm glad that we do, but again, that demand is only going to grow over time. So I think whatever way we can look at maybe strategies to, augment that requirement, the parking requirement, probably for the next decade until we have those, self-driving cars altogether. I think it would be a good avenue, just more of encouragement. Thank you.
Okay, that's it for Parking Enterprise. Thank you, everyone. Next, Mr. Haggie, is it okay? I'm assuming it's okay to take all of the water, like water and wastewater, and stuff together.
Yeah, I was just going to make a couple comments about this as opposed to the specific ones, but just to make council aware, the 2026 budget includes a WIP, or Water Infrastructure Program, utility increase, a combined increase of 6.3%. That's exactly what was endorsed by council through the last WIP review, so we just continue to roll that forward. And that's in spite of some increases from the region that are above and beyond what we knew of when WIP was passed. So we've been able to absorb that in the 2025 budget, again, a little bit here in the 2026 budget. We just got notice last week that the sanitary rate for 2027 and beyond from the region is higher than we anticipated. So when we come back next year, we may have to have a bit of a different discussion, but I just want to make council aware of what's proposed, and it's all on board with what council has previously endorsed. And to an earlier comment or question, I think, from Councillor Chapman, it is a preference if there are questions about capital for water, sandy storm, and gas, if those could be taken care of now, would be appreciated.
Okay, questions? Not seeing any? Once, twice. Okay, let's move on to the gas utility. Any questions on the gas utility? Councillor Chapman. Go.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm just a bit concerned about the, you know, the 10.4 in 2026 for an overall forecast expense of 101.5. And are we taking into account a transitioning away from fossil fuels? And if so, can this be lowered in any way?
St. Elizabeth. Oh, hang on a second. There you go.
Okay. Through the chair, in terms of, you were looking at the revenue, were you? I'm sorry.
Sorry, too many things.
And in which year in particular were you considering? We are, as you mentioned, developing the gas transition planning, the study on and we'll be meeting with councillors in the near future and providing an update on that program.
Right. I'm looking at, I mean, even as early as page 6 of the budget report, it talks about gas pipelines and the overall capital forecast. So I just wonder, you know, how can we, I know we need pipelines if you've got gas, but are we looking at other sources of energy that aren't using those gas pipelines, and that we can replace aging pipelines with other energy sources as well?
Through the chair. So that request there for additional pipelines money is to replace existing infrastructure that was identified in the asset management plan. There was I believe it was a $61 million deficit for natural gas over the next 10 years. And so that is the day-to-day operation of the gas utility. So we need to replace that infrastructure to continue to be able to supply safe, reliable natural gas. In terms of, there was a report just recently here to council and work with the University of Waterloo and looking at potentially extending the life of and doing testing on gas infrastructure pipelines. And so we're continuing to work through there, as well as we are on a number of working groups looking at hydrogen as well and seeing what others are doing in our space in the hydrogen area.
So do you see, you know, maybe 5 years down the road, these numbers could totally change as we look at other alternative renewable sources?
Through the chair, probably too early to speculate. Once our project is completed, I believe in the early 2027, we'll have a better idea where we are at that time.
Ms. McGoldrick, going to add?
Yeah, so through the chair to Councillor Chapman, so through this year and the following year, we're developing the energy transition strategy. We're looking, as Mr. St. Louis said, at a number of alternative options. We will still continue to have gas pipes in the ground as we transition towards a different energy future. And so certainly in 5 years' time, we don't see the investment need changing. Where we'll see changes happening largely in greenfields and new development areas. And so where I see the potential for the largest change is the extent of growth related to the gas utility. But we know that transition will happen over time, and we're certainly monitoring indicators and supporting customers as they look to make changes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Singh.
Yeah, just along that lines, more of a comment. I don't necessarily see immediate need to transition to non-fossil. I mean, this is a natural resource that we have. That's the most cheapest. We talk about household affordability. I think we need to be just as cognizant about that, as important as we are towards the environment. So I think the investments that we need to make into the utility are as important into our long-term future, more regarding the affordability along with the equation of sustainability. Looking at non-regulated revenue, how are we starting to push that envelope more and towards expectations of higher revenues that are being budgeted as well?
Through the chair. So our non-regulated revenue, for instance, our rental water heater, we're looking at other products and services. There's a new product that we looked at is a combo heating and cooling unit that we're looking at, and that's in the user fee charges as well. So we're looking at those type of products right now and where we could find niches in the market to look for additional revenue opportunities.
Okay, well, how can this council push a higher expectation on that revenue and push the envelope for us to, look at increase that book of business? We've been passive on it. We've been doing a study for a while. I'm not faulting anyone. I'm just saying there's others that are entering into that space, and we may be a little slow. And how can we speed that up?
Ms. Mulder. It sounds like this is worthy of a broader discussion than just budget. But
It's more of, I think it's wanting to outline that we need to start seeing in our budgeting a high expectation line, and that encourages staff to start looking at their non-regulatory revenue as well.
So through the
So
chair, that is a body of work that's underway right now. As Councillor Singh mentioned with the energy transition strategy, that's a specific aspect of the work that we're looking to see where are those opportunities to really grow the business. It is complex, and we'll be having smaller council sessions where we can share some of that complexity around the non-regulated competitive side of the business.
And hopefully, I think in partnership with other utilities in the community like Anova. But one way for budget related is if you put a $1 million line and then saying that's expected revenue next year, that may put the fire under staff a little bit. But I see that we need to do it responsibly. But I think we do need to push that. Thank you.
I think there's no one else in the queue. I just looking at the dividend transfer to the city, and I know that we base that on OEB regulations to avoid OEB regulations, but it's frozen in the full forecast to 2030. I don't recall how long it's been frozen going backward. Do we see, like, not for this year again, I'm just looking forward, but is there any idea that that number may be changing going forward? Mr. Lau.
So through the chair, when we took a look at the dividends a while back, we discovered and have known for some time that the dividend that we were paying through the gas utility was too high. So flatlining the dividend was a way to bring that down, and I think that's still too early to say that we'd be in a position to increase that. If anything, we're still in that position where it needs to be flatlined to allow the enterprise or the utility to catch up to where a reasonable dividend would be in terms of comparisons to other utilities of similar size.
Okay, thank you. No concerns there. There do not appear to be any other questions, and that is the final item in enterprises. Is there anything in operating, any other questions in operating, members of committee that you wanted to ask at this time? There will be a moment at the end of budget you can ask anything you might have missed, but just ask them about operating. I'm not seeing any, so let's move into capital.
That was a smooth transition. I thought it would take a little longer to slide over, but hey, we'll just get going. All right, so now we're moving into the capital budget. And the capital budget funds projects that are higher value, often have a benefit for a longer year. So they're still required for delivering city services, but have a little bit different in structure and funding for them. In this year's budget, as Mr. Lautenbach already mentioned, we've got over 400 projects. In the 10-year forecast, we're looking at over $1.8 billion worth of investment into our capital assets. A lot of that is going to be rehabilitating or taking care of existing infrastructure, but we also are building new things and creating new assets. And to help out with that, the city has been successful in getting some grant funding, as Mr. Lautenbach noted, from other levels of government. And that's really important to help for us, especially as costs are increasing a bit more than inflation. A few years ago, costs were cycling up like 20, 30%. It's been lower, like single digits, but again, a little higher than typical CPI inflation. When we're considering the different kinds of projects that are going to be accomplished in the capital budget, That's informed by a lot of empirical data. So we talked about asset management plans a little already today, having condition assessments of what our assets are like because we have inspection programs. That helps us understand what we should be doing and when we should be doing it. But we also consider public feedback. And we don't do so much of that directly during the budget process because we've done it ahead of time. As we've done things like strategic plans and master plans and strategies, we've gone out to the public and we've asked them what's important to them, where do they think we should be investing more, and that helps inform the budgets that come forward to you right now. Mr. Lautenbach talked about the overall themes of this year's budget and noted that affordable city services is more operating related, but the other two that you see on here, smart investments in infrastructure and focusing on the future, definitely have an impact on the capital budget. Those investments in infrastructure, as I mentioned, are often taking care of existing assets that the city has. And we want to make sure we have good data so that we're making the right investments at the right time on the right kind of things that the city owns. But also at the same time, building great new facilities. Slide also indicates a theme of focusing on the future, and that has to deal with completing things in the strategic plan. And we've already accomplished a lot, but it also brings us to our next topic, which is the strategic addition. And so Mr. Lautenbach had alluded to it already here this morning, that there's $1 million that's been held in the capital budget, hasn't been allocated to anything specific, but there is an issue paper at the end of Appendix G that talks to the types of things that could be, that $1 million could be invested in. And so there are 4 topics that staff believe are in alignment with what council thinks are priorities that could be invested in. They're suggestions. They're not forcing council into anything specific. If there are other ideas, that would be fine. But Mr. Chair, I think it would be appropriate to have a discussion about that $1 million now before we talk about more details of the capital budget.
Sir, thank you very much. Okay, folks, to the point where we would discuss, again, it's Appendix G, page 10, where we met discussing strategic allocations for the $1 million of capital expenditures. At this point, I would take any questions of staff or comments on the 4 items. Those being improvement to park amenities, recreation, strategic implementation for a special event strategy, economic development, business retention and expansion, and continuing with pitch Kitchener. Up first, we have Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Chair Davey. As we heard this morning, there was a desire to get more of those library boxes, and I believe I heard $50,000 for one of them. I wonder if adding one at Kingsdale and Centerville Chicopee could be something we might consider in this. Is that possible? No, it's late, but
Who would like to answer that? And I'm assuming you mean drawing that from the $1 million capital allocation.
yeah, from this allocation, right?
Not seeing any member of staff that wants to tackle that. Mr. Chapman, I guess it does kind of go over into the KPL's jurisdiction. Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, a couple of considerations here. My understanding is that council could increase the allocation of funding the library, but not necessarily direct how those funds be spent. And so obviously the board would need to take your counsel on that, but it would be a library board decision around how they allocate any additional funding. You heard today that the library absorbed operating cost for the current 2 units within their existing budget. So I think we want to clarify whether or not if council directed expansion, if they would have the resources within their operating budget to support expansion to additional facilities. And the other comment I would offer is that my understanding is that their recommendation is to pilot the additional units for 1 more year. As you heard, there was a low uptake on materials that were stocked in the units, but they were highly used for holds and returns. And so it's my understanding that their recommendation was to pilot a bit longer before coming back with a recommendation for expansion. But certainly it would be council's prerogative to allocate funding to the library and request that they give consideration to this. If that was council's will, that would be an appropriate use of the funds.
Yeah, and it would just, I would indicate that we all certainly support the library, but their budget allocation increase was 2.5%, so they actually had a greater increase than we're raising through our property taxation. It's looks like $300,000 roughly that the city is now transferring them in addition compared to last year. So just provide the context. Sorry? Oh, are you finished, Councillor Schneider?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Mayor Vanish, go ahead.
Yeah, maybe just on this briefly, and I think Mr. Chapman's correct. It's a conversation we would need to have with them, particularly on the operating side. The other thing that may be worthwhile exploring, you'll recall that Mr. Solomon indicated that they've tried the 2 community centers, but they may also be interested in trying other spaces. And so one of the things that, and maybe we can have a conversation afterwards, Councillors Deneau and yourself, Councillor Schneider, is would it make sense to see, like I can think of a large retail facility nearby that's in the middle of the 2. Would that actually maybe be an option to consider because people could get to from both neighborhoods, but it would also pilot a non-community center location, and maybe that's part of what we might want to think about. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Deneau.
Thank you, Chair Davey. I just want to touch upon the improvements to the park amenities. And I know, I believe last year, Ms. McGoldrick, you had mentioned that one of our parks was trialing some barbecue pits for community gatherings. And I'm just curious, A, how that trial went, and B, if this is that something we could include in this? I know in seating and shade is very important, but I know in specific parks in a number of areas, the amount of families that get together on the weekends in the summer, having a dinner or having lunch, and, having an outside cooking element for them to use, I think would increase their user experience. So I'm just curious, how it's gone, and where do we see that in the future?
Ms. McGoldrick, if you wouldn't mind, actually, I'm not familiar with this. If you would provide some details, it sounds interesting.
Yes, so through the chair, Councillor Deneau, you're referring to those concrete units that are put in where it allows for outdoor cooking in park spaces.
So users will bring their own charcoal and that sort of thing. Is that how it works?
I don't believe is it charcoal?
They can use charcoal, yeah.
Oh,
in some of them, yeah.
Okay. We did recently install one in Alpine Park as part of the community engagement. There was a large desire for this type of amenity space. We also have a few installed through the Love My Hood program and at community centers. And Mr. Hildebrand just mentioned Chandler Mowat, which is one that we know is well used. So I don't have information on use for Alpine Park. We know that they are well used in other areas, and certainly I can take that away in terms of the cost of those units to provide some feedback if that's an amenity feature that councillors would like to see. Usually they are driven by community feedback, so and typically as part of a larger park design to activate the space. So it would be difficult to identify specific locations unless councillors have heard directly from constituents.
Okay, I appreciate that. And additionally to that, and I'm assuming they're free to use. When I worked at LaSalle Park in Burlington in college, it was a pay-to-use structure to offset some of those costs. So, and it wasn't very much, but I went around on Saturday and Sunday mornings and dropped off, the permits that had been paid for and issued by the city. So I don't know if that's something we could look at as well, if this is something we're interested in, just to make it more equitable, that you don't have people utilizing it for every weekend.
Ms. Gold, you want to comment?
Yeah, just in terms of, we currently do not have a permit process in parks. It's something that does require broader look and was identified in our parks master plan, just the demand for bookable park space. And certainly this would be one of those amenity features as we expand out what that program could look like. It's premature right now to say, but this would be one of those amenities that would likely be within a bookable space.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair Davey, and thank you, Councillor Deneau, for bringing that up. I think that's actually a really interesting idea, and I think if we took a look into that, it might actually cut down on some of the use in Victoria Park, for example, where there's a lot of people that are vying for those spaces right now. So good idea. My question as well is around the park amenities as well. We know. We hear from our residents all the time about how important our parks are, and our recent work on the master plan has really brought that to light. One of the things that I'm hearing from a lot of residents, and I see it as well, is about actually improving our park play structures for kids. I think sometimes that's a missing part in terms of a whole segment of our community that maybe we're not, updating or putting as much money into those things. I know that we don't have the money in here to do something with a lot of different parks, or even $1 million in one park really isn't a lot. But I'm wondering if you can comment on, because I'm asked this all the time, how much is things like a set of 3 swings? You may not be able to answer that now. A slide, just if we have some of those numbers to be able to provide to residents whenever they're talking about these things, just what the capital output is to improve our parks, I think is important.
Yeah. So through the chair, Councillor Johnson is quite right. One of the most common feedback we receive in terms of park amenity needs is related to playground structure upgrades. And we know through the asset management work we've been doing within our parks and through the Parks Master Plan that we certainly have aging play infrastructure. So just to give you a sense of ballpark the replacement costs. So if we're looking at replacing specific elements within a playground, we're looking at between $75,000 to $100,000 for to replace a full playground more holistically, looking at additional, kind of those whole spaces of seating, shade, and other amenities, such as other value-added structures. We're likely looking in the order of $250,000. So that it can be a wide range. Like-for-like replacements are typically in the order of about $100,000.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's one of those important considerations when we're talking about, kind of that future piece. I go to parks and I see the same playground equipment that my kids, who are now 31 and 33, played on. And that's a long period of time. I know you're shocked that I have kids that old, but we do have some work to do in those areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Michaud.
Thank you. I just want to piggyback on Councillor Johnson's comments with regards to parks. I'm more of a visual person, so Ms. McGoldrick, when you said $200,000, $250,000, so the park at Upper Canada Park, would that be the type of model you're quoting that at? I need to have a visual where I'm going with this.
Yeah, so this would include both, toddler and older children play structures. So the full, typically you would see 2 or 3 different play structure pits. So that would be re-envisioning for the $250,000, re-envisioning that space. It would also include things like resurfacing, drainage, benches, curbing, that type of thing to support the
playground. And I wonder if this couldn't go a lot further with some smaller parks in the communities. I hear a lot of this from Doon South. They don't have enough children's playgrounds up there. And I will say that the Upper Canada Park is, always busy. It's never not, except for now it's under construction. But so I'm wondering, could we get even more out of that? Like if we're saying that that's basically at 250 is that size of a park that I'm referring to in Upper Canada, take those like to half or a quarter of that size, because there's little parks throughout, I think, well, my ward and I'm sure other wards, that we could really enhance those little spaces for people for walkability, just to go to a park and benches and swings and whatnot.
Yeah, so through the chair, for a neighborhood size play structure, we are looking at a minimum probably in the $125,000 range.
Okay.
It really depends on the
I won't hold
size
you
and
to the
amenity features, but like for like, if it's an element within the play structure, we maybe like the swing set, for example. The low end, when we typically invest in the playground, it's at 75,000. At the high end, we're looking at a larger scale. I'm not going to say at the high end, because we have some that are higher than 250, but at the scale you're talking about with Upper Canada, 250. So it really varies widely.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see how many parks we could get finished across the city with this funding we had, and what kind of an impact that could make.
Yeah, and when just through the chair, with looking at that, we were looking at around, if council chose to invest in the $400,000 range, for example, we saw that as being three playgrounds. So we can scale up and scale down, but
Scaled down, we could get more in the smaller areas. If we scaled down, we get more.
So largely, playgrounds also have a huge engagement component to them, and so we would want to make sure we're engaging community to make sure that we have the appropriate playground amenities. So it's difficult to say to what scale. By scaling, I meant by the amount of funding that can be allocated to playgrounds. We can scale the number of playgrounds we could do.
Fair enough. Thanks.
Hey, just before you queue out and move on to the next, can you remind me? Did we not? And again, I'm hugely supportive of playgrounds always, but I just want to make sure. I thought last budget we added something like we bumped up the budget to add 3 new playgrounds. Does that ring a bell, Ms. McGolder? No, maybe not.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Okay. Yeah, it wasn't last budget, but 2 budgets ago there was confusion.
They all blur together. Sorry. Up next is Councillor Hayes.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Davey. I'm going to piggyback a little bit on the questions that were asked about the playgrounds. I'm just wondering, when we look at doing an upgrade or a retrofit on a park, who does that work?
Good.
So through the chair, it is led through our Parks Design and Development team. We have in-house landscape architects. Depending on the scale and size, we may also hire consultant landscape architects, but typically we have a wonderful team of landscape architects that do that work.
Okay, so who installs them?
So through the chair, we hire contracted services to install. And typically the site works are done by one contractor, and then the playground is procured by through a playground manufacturer, and they're installed separately. So typically the site works go in first, and then the playground goes in.
Okay. I was just wondering if there's some kind of scale that we would have. Depending on how many parks that we do this on a yearly basis, would it make sense for us to have staff that just do this only?
So through the chair, we have staff dedicated to implement the capital budget plan. In terms of, are you talking about contracted services?
Yes, the contracted services.
We do have contractors on a procurement list, a preferred contractor list. We have had concerns around the quality of contracted services in the past, and so we do a pre-qualification to have pre-qualified contractors on a list to perform the work, so that the projects can be bundled, and we have seen better efficiencies through bundling of projects.
Okay. I trust you. I trust you all on that. Just trying to see if there's possibility of some kind of cost savings if we had in-house staff doing the installations. That's all.
So through the chair, I do not believe we would see economies of scale with in-house staff doing the contract.
You know better. I guess my other question, I mean, so we're asking what we want to do with these funds?
With $1 million on the issue.
Okay, so do you want me to pitch in an idea,
Yeah, so the idea is certainly for members of
Okay,
committee to voice their
I'm interested, and I'm not saying all the money's to go towards this, but option 2 with a special event strategy, I would really like to see some funding go towards this, and not only the rationale for that would be because, you know, some of this will benefit the community and special events through community events, but also it would enhance them, and I think it'd be a well thought after investment for the community. And everything else, I'm open to whatever the rest suggests.
Okay, thank you so much. Councillor Schneider?
Thank you, Chair Davey. I'm really, along with Councillor Ioannidis, really interested in helping the special events team. There's so many things that they have to rent for every event, and I'm thinking the big screen is definitely one of those things. And if we have our own, it's my understanding it's about $10,000 every time you rent that, so we could have a savings of $50,000 per season. The screen could also be used for community events, community centers, in neighborhood parks, movie nights in parks. It could really allow us to do viewing parties. If we had big requests, hey, a Blue Jays viewing party, things like that, I think it would really increase the opportunities. Our special events, I have to say, are one of the best ways for our citizens to connect. It's a way for them. We've given them some awesome entertainment at no charge at all. I was really just very touching on Canada Day with the kids activity area they had. People could not believe the activities were free. This is free. You don't have to pay anything. Because I've heard also that, you go to events in other cities, and while they have the same things we had there, face painting and all, there was a fee that you had to pay for it. So anything we could do, I think, to help defray the cost of special events and give us the ability to use those savings to put back into the special events, maybe to hold more or enhance what we currently have, I think would be absolutely great. There's a lot of things too, like the portable bollards that we put on the side streets around. They have to be rented. The fencing has to be rented. But if I would have to prioritize for this year, I would say the big screen would be it. Also, in favor of enhancing our parks and some of the things that I've heard being brought around with the play structures and all. It's been my experience from having a park network in my ward. What happened there, the amenities were spread around, so it wasn't each park got the exact same thing. There was engagement on what the neighborhoods in the park areas wanted, and then depending on the park, the size, the opportunity, the amenities were spread around. So I really think that any money that we put into parks could really go a lot further if they're part of a park network situation. Another thing that I know we've discussed about in the past, to be able to enhance the use of our parks year round, is a water and hydro hookup for neighborhoods that, if they want to have an event in the park, if they want to flood their tennis court over in the winter and have a park. Those would be ways, I think, of putting money into the parks that would be very helpful. The pitch Kitchener event, I went to that, was blown away by the innovation that's being made here in our city, and to see that one of the pitches is actually now being used for inspecting our infrastructure, saving so much money, doing a much better job. It could be done 24 hours a day. That, I think, is another wise investment. So I think collectively as a council, we can probably come up with ways of slicing that pie up and making an impact on a lot of areas.
Thank you, Councillor Schneider. Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to ask about the under the park amenities and recreation, the proposal that we could spend money on improving access to cricket amenities. What would that cost, and what does that refer to exactly?
Ms. Kohler.
So through the chair, we know that there is a need and a demand for additional cricket space and amenities. And so it could be as simple as seating and shade structures, which we've heard from cricket clubs that that's really important for players to have those types of amenities, to supporting investments we're making on cricket. So for example, in Laurentian Park, we are looking at installing a permanent cricket pitch. It could be used to support additional amenities associated with that cricket pitch. And we see other opportunities that Mr. Shane and his team is looking into in terms of cricket. So the monies could be used to support upgrades in other locations as well.
Great. And I'm happy to hear that, because I know cricket has definitely become a big sport. I'm leaning more toward investing in well, certainly the cricket component, but also just parks and improvements to parks and amenities and recreation overall, because I think it's where the most number of people are going to benefit, right, in the parks, and even just seating. If it is, I mean, certainly having a whole kids playground is wonderful, but I look at the seating along the Iron Horse Trail, and it's so heavily used, right? But I look at the park just down the street from me, and there's like a couple picnic tables and no seating beyond that, other than for the baseball teams themselves, but not the spectators. So I think those places for people to sit, especially given that we often hear and often say that we have an aging population, just a place to sit and reflect and stop for a minute, right? Because life can be so busy as well. So I really like seeing more money put into category number one. Not to say that I don't like the other ideas that are here. I just think that I think we would benefit more people if we focused on those park areas. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Chapman. Next is Councillor Singh.
Yeah, I love this flexibility. It's a comment to staff of giving some leeway for council to really prioritize some capital projects that just addresses that like immediate need in the community. And I've talked it all the time that we should have a budget in a way that the end of it's sort of nimble enough to address kind of those immediate concerns that we hear from our residents. And so, in our input session, I'll share the same that I did before. I think, of course, improvements to our parks is great, but I think they shouldn't be necessarily just playgrounds. We do have an overall park improvement strategy. I saw in the capital forecast, like we're investing about $3 million consecutively, almost $30 million going over a 10-year forecast. So the community understands that we are committed towards park improvements. There are smaller things that sometimes do get missed very easily, which is the benches, which is the shading, which is, it's just that, the odd equipment that may not necessarily be heard from an overall public input, but again, it can enhance the user experience. So I like the strategy towards the park improvements for seating and shade. The other is special events, 100%. I do think that, if we are giving away cost towards rental, if you can purchase it one time, it's not a matter of saving. So we recoup those costs. It's a one-time capital, but we recoup the cost. But what I want to see is beyond the 5 movie nights per ward. Across the city, right? I'd rather see one in each of our wards, right? Rather than having to wait the consecutive year to get your turn. The reason why is, I'll say this, I've been running an event for the last 10 plus years. Momentum matters. When you have a gap in between, and I did have a gap in between during COVID, we went from like 200, 300, 400 people to like 60 people, 100 people show up when we restarted again, because people forget. And it took a while for us to get back to, I think we're approaching 800 plus. So continuity matters. So I think this is the right type of investment. Maybe not immediately, but we will have to have a staff complement. But we need to have the equipment so we can do more of this in all our wards every year, rather than one every other year. So the parks and the special events. And the later part is Kitchener Pitch. I think that's a small investment to support our businesses, especially up and coming businesses. Look, I think we need to be doing more of that whole love my business type of approach. And this is a small grassroots things that are, entrepreneurs that have a great idea that can pitch it. So if we can be the first one to initiate that interest, that brings eyes to their very business that may not necessarily get the attention otherwise. I think this is something we should be doing more of. I'm inclined because, again, it's only $1 million and we have a lot of interest across this table. But this is something I think we should look at in future years to broaden this and start bringing on more sponsorships along with the City of Kitchener. So it's just not Kitchener Pitch for the City of Kitchener, but it's Kitchener Pitch that perhaps we can bring some funding from other businesses that are looking for innovative ideas that can enhance whatever they do. So I definitely strongly support Kitchener Pitch as well. So whatever the combination of the $1 million amongst these. Mr. Chair, if you would allow just one quick comment. I love the capital. I would hope that future years we can start having a little buffer for operating too. There's so many things and smaller programs that are necessary in our city, like seniors programming. That's the initial thing that I was thinking about. How do we address small programs within our city that require an operating cost, but again, it's something that we hear on a regular basis. There are needs amongst the city that's operating as well as capital. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a few people that are back in, which is fine. I'm just trying to remember who had. Councilor Joe, you haven't gone yet, correct? Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Yeah, Councilor Michaud.
Oh, okay. I thought Councilor Michaud had.
Thank you.
spoken.
I know I was up once, but this is my last time, so I'll just.
No, I was just trying to get everyone in once and then go for the second time, but that's okay. It doesn't matter.
All right. Yeah. So I think on to what Councillor Singh had said with all the opportunities we have we're pretty fortunate to be able to sit around here and decide what we're going to do with $1 million and how it can benefit our community. I too look at the park amenities, and I to my point of playgrounds, I do think we need to still continue to grow the playground area. I'm not sure that it's going to be everything to everyone, but I think there's some small spaces throughout this city that we could really utilize and make them nice little playgrounds in the smaller area neighborhoods, walkability. But I guess my first choice would be with the special events and the big screen. I think that's the screen in various wards has the opportunity to build community, and that's what we need to do more than anything, bring people together. And I know Councillor Johnson, your park, was it last year or the year before? I can't remember. Last year, the amount of people that came out to that was amazing, and it really amplified the need to have something like that in our community. So I'd like to see that, but I'll go one step with Councillor Singh, and you're right. I'd like to see one in every ward, so we don't have to wait. But baby steps. And hopefully we can start looking towards that. So it would be, the park amenity recreation and the special event strategy, the ones I choose. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Michaud. Appreciate it. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair Davey. And I just wanted to comment on this as well. I'm wondering, and this might be pushing the envelope here, but if we're spending money every year to rent the screen, and what I'm hearing is a lot of interest in the screen right now. Is there a way of taking the money that we've used on average, let's say, over the past couple of years to rent the screen, put that as well towards buying a screen, then we would free up a little bit more money to put into one of the other things like the park strategy. Why not? If it might be 50,000. I don't know.
Sorry, you're suggesting renting. Can we rent it out once we procure one? Is that what you're asking?
No, we've been spending a certain amount of money every year to rent a screen that we have been using. Can we, since we're now going to be saving that money if we buy a screen, is there a way of taking the average of that, say for the past couple of years, putting that towards the cost of the screen and then freeing up a little bit more money for parks, for example?
Again, Mr. Chapman's going to chime in, but I'm not sure it's been rented that often. They used inflatables and that sort of thing. But Mr. Chapman, go ahead.
Through the chair, that's my understanding as well, that it's not been rented enough times to make a business case. But I think the more important point, as you heard in the special event strategy, is that we've had a negative variance in the events budget for some time as the costs have outpaced the budget that's been allocated. And so the reality here is that if there is a savings on rental, that would likely just bring the actuals closer to the approved council budget.
It's worth a try. Thank you.
It was worth a try. Next is Councillor Hines.
Yeah, thank you. I'll chime in again. Sorry. But I do want to stress, I think, what the benefit of the special event strategy with the equipment, and I can wholeheartedly say I know I've done it for Habitat. I purchased all of their fencing, and the amount of savings just on that purchase alone was significant. I feel like that would be huge for the special events team. And not only that, we could pass along those savings on to the community, and they can borrow our fencing or whatever the case may be to help their events become better as well.
Thank you. Okay. Some people can't. Okay, Councillor.
Me? Oh,
Yep.
sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, so, I mentioned the improvements to the park amenities, and I think it's important that, like most have said, we purchase our own equipment for some of our special events. It's going to save us money in the end, but it gives us the opportunity to spread that around other parts of the community if we so desire. I will put a little caution and a concern regarding the cricket improvements. I think we've seen over the last couple of years, and we will continue to see a decrease in our international student levels. And, I'm afraid that we will see one time, like we saw with baseball parks back in the early 2000s, after the allure of a certain specific sport is gone, that they're just going to sit empty. Improvements, good. I think creating more cricket at this point, cricket pitches at this time, I think would be an unwise decision. I don't think we're suggesting that, but I just think that we have greater needs in other areas in our parks to focus on.
Thank you, Councillor Janelle. Mayor Babich.
Thanks very much. And lots of great input and feedback from colleagues around the horseshoe to consider in terms of sort of dealing with this whole piece. A couple thoughts and comments. And Councillor Johnson, I hear your feedback on sort of the potential revenue stream. I also heard Mr. Chapman's response, and I also heard Councillor Singh's input with a desire to get from 5 to 10, and so that part of the reality is also notwithstanding dealing with the overage in special events, there's also a pathway to think about how do we get closer from that 5 to 1 per ward in the future, and maybe thinking about sort of a core movie night package that would be available 1 per ward for each councillor, and anything over and above the core, council could then potentially take out of their community engagement budget, as an example. And so that may be something that we want to look at as part of this. On the cricket piece, and I hear Councillor Deneau's concern, because I think there is an adjustment that's going to play out, certainly because of the international student scene. But we also know that based on the facilities we currently have, there are some pressure points, particularly around seating and some shade and so on. When you're out there for 4 or 5 hours playing, unlike a 2-hour baseball game or a 1-hour soccer game, it can be a challenge. The other beauty is that cricket fields are large enough that if there ever was a downswing in cricket, those spaces could very quickly and easily be converted to soccer fields or baseball diamonds going forward. So that's a good news piece as well. So those are just some initial thoughts.
Thank you, Councillor Stretch.
Yes, thank you. I'm also generally in favor of the same things councillors have been referring to. The park amenities, I think, definitely is probably my favorite of them all. Not that it matters, but just because it is the most accessed generally by members of public. I think anything that's opening up free programming for families, free and accessible programming is a good thing. And so, if our spend there creates more accessible and free programming for residents, I think that's a very good thing. One thing that hasn't been talked about is the economic development, business retention expansion. This is also something I'm in favor in. I think it's a key part to the spreading out of the funds. It really does lean into some of the larger efforts that have been put forth with the city moving its economic development strategy forward, as well as some of the work that we've seen specifically around retention in the downtown. So that's also something I think is important to the combination of funding happening here. So just wanted to generally add my voice of approval for the options presented in front of us, and yeah, I'm thankful to staff and to council for being wise and so thoughtful in where this money can go. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Singh.
Yeah, just very quickly regarding the cricket pitches with what Councillor Deneau has said, I don't disagree with him. I think we have to be nimble with a strategy of depending on how, cricket's increasingly growing. I don't think it's just was pressured by international students. I think it's also reflective of the changing demographics of our community as a whole. I think close to maybe 15% of our community is now South Asian, and that's only going to grow over time. So again, that's a vast group of people that may have interest in the sport. The children want to play; they themselves want to play. They haven't been very communicative or vocal in the past. That's changing, and we don't want to be playing catch up. I think we need to continually increase those facilities. But I think one good way of doing it is, and I think this is where staff can really give more time, is ability for us to put in that capital cost for conversion of our existing baseball pitches. I don't know enough about the support of cricket, to be honest. I don't know any of the rules, if it's appropriate or not. But again, if you can use those diamonds for smaller play, and that way it can be integrated back and forth between baseball and the cricket back again, it just allows to have better usage of the existing facilities we have. And I'm a huge fan of using existing infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stretch.
Yes, thank you. I forgot to mention this on my previous comment, but with the Blue Jays doing so well in this last season, we will likely see an uptake in baseball and the use of baseball facilities. So I think, in the point of being able to be nimble and responsive, I think having the infrastructure in place so that we can pivot, when we see things come up and down. And so with baseball and cricket, are two interchangeable things where shade coverings and seats are going to, help all around, not just specifically one sport. I'm definitely more in favor of opening it up so it serves more community members rather than just one specific fan base.
Okay, thank you. There's no one else in the queue. I'll just voice. I'm pretty much happy. I'm happy with most of the items that are before us. I agree with my council colleagues. I do see the special events as an investment in terms of there's an actual, not only is there a community belonging payback there, but there's an actual monetary payback, especially if things if some of these events grow as I believe that they will. I attended Pitch Kitchener as well. I thought it was a great event. There aren't that many opportunities for startups and small businesses to tackle municipal problems, especially with the very rapid advancement of technology, artificial intelligence, etc. I think it's really, really, really critical that we leverage those small startups and smaller businesses the best we can to make sure that we're being as efficient with our infrastructure or any other services they might come up with going forward. And lastly, if there is balance, I absolutely investment into parks I think is critical. It's weird. And playgrounds, that sort of thing has always been really right at the top of my list, my entire political career pretty much. But I guess the reason I'm okay not dedicating all of it in this instance is because it was just 2 budgets ago where I think we increased the number of playground replacements by something like 3, and the print just last budget as well we improved. I believe we all improved courts or whether it's a new court or resurfacing or something like that throughout the city. So I think it's okay to maybe just use some surplus funds in this instance this 1 year and focus on some of these other areas. But again, frankly, I'm quite happy with everything that's here. I'll be honest, I think the only thing I would be really upset if it fell off the radar completely was Pitch Kitchen in this instance. But the other items, I think that they'll be addressed. If they're not addressed this budget, I'm sure they'll be addressed in the near future. So hopefully, Mr. Mayor, that's enough feedback for you from the committee to sort of put that together in a package and see where we end up. Okay, Mr. Haggie, what's next?
So before we move on, there were a couple hanging questions from this morning for Mr. Reedman. He has responses back about them. So we'll pause, do those, and then launch into capital.
Sorry, questions from Mr. Reedman? For which, sir?
It's just responses. There were a couple of questions that he need to contact staff over the lunch hour.
Through the chair, so I have a follow-up on the occupancy at Victoria Park Pavilion. And so in 2024, there was 244 days booked, which is approximately 67% of all available dates, or about 4.6 or 5 days a week on average. And then for Gaukel Block, our target range is to try and have it booked almost at least once a week during the summer, so from May to October, and so the target date is around 26 bookings a year. We are currently at 20 this year, and we are looking at some service improvements to make it easier for people and less demanding on staff time for future years. And so that closes off the occupancy component, and then I was asked about parking on Saturdays. And so after the construction of the LRT, we amended our surface parking lot rate for evenings and weekends in the downtown to be free, and so that continues year round. And so I encourage people to utilize that service wherever possible to come enjoy the businesses we have downtown. But then also during December, during Christkindle, the City Hall parking garage is free on Saturday for Christkindle.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chapman. And Mr. Haggie, is for capital funding sources.
That's right. So we'll kind of push on in earnest with the capital budget. This slide on the left-hand side talks about the different funding sources available for the capital budget. And you can see that almost 2/3 of the city's capital budget is funded by different utility rates and enterprises. So that means that they are not relying on property taxes to fund those. Next are the capital pool and DCs, or development charges. We'll talk about each of those in a bit more detail over the next little bit. Each of them come in around 10% of the total, and all other sources are under 10%. Looking at the changes in the 10-year forecast from last year, the 2025 budget to 2026, we can see the changes in funding sources. And I'll just walk through a couple of them. The capital pool, the very top line, has gone down about not quite $17 million. I'll touch on it in more detail later, but there were some things that were included in the capital budget that have now just been moved over to operating. The nature of them is a lot more operating as opposed to capital projects. And so they've been moved over there. We're still doing the work. We're just funding it in the operating budget instead of the capital budget. So it's just where it shows up. No difference in delivery, programming, or any of that sort of stuff. More of an accounting exercise. Development charges are down about $99 million. The biggest thing in that is the Cowan Recreation Center. A lot of that cost was in last year's budget. It was already approved, and so it doesn't show up again this year, so we're seeing a decrease in DC funding over the 10-year forecast because of that. Third line down, you see enterprises going up significantly. Again, that has to do with road reconstruction costs, that budget continuing to grow out in over the 10-year forecast, and there's been additions into some of the utility budgets in order to keep up with asset management replacement, as Mr. St. Louis said earlier today. I'll skip down to grants, which is another one that's larger and has decreased. Again, a lot of that deals with The Cowan Recreation Center, some of the costs for that were grant funded, and so those have reduced, as well as our DMAF program, which relates to stormwater infrastructure. Some of that funding was realized in last year's budget and again has fallen out of the capital forecast for this year. Just talking about the capital pool, the last slide in this section. So the capital pool is fully balanced across all years. I make that point every year. It's an important thing. All of the things that we show in our budget are things that can actually be funded. There are some municipalities that don't do that. Just even last week, I saw there was some discussion about some municipalities that have things in their budget, but they have no idea how they're going to fund them. And so our capital program, as far as tax supported assets, is fully funded and something we take pride in. That funding comes from a direct transfer from the operating budget, it comes from issuing debt, or it comes from reserves, our utility investment reserves for hydro and the gas utility, and those are the main funding sources for that kind of work. I'll pause there. I see there are some questions. Before we move on, the next section is going to be talking about debt.
There are four, beginning with Councillor Chang.
Okay, decided to declare conflict of interest.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, for page C26, project number 901004068, because I have a family member living on the street. I should have done this earlier.
I chose to start with you as well.
Yeah.
But no questions, that's right.
None. Thanks.
Okay, questions then, Councillor Singh?
Can it focus on the reserves?
Not yet.
There's a section on reserves coming up in just a little bit.
Okay, just more on the tax. Okay, that's I can.
Yeah. Councillor Donnell?
Thank you, Chair Davey. If I can just briefly mention the DCs, and I know there were some changes 2 years ago, I think last year, and the province had.
It's every year now.
Yeah.
And there is a section on DCs coming up in this too.
Do you want me to come back then?
Sure.
Okay.
Efficient. Okay. Councillor Johnson?
Oh, I'm sorry. My question was about development charges.
Sorry, I feel like I'm pushing everything off, but we do actually have sections on it.
No, just I actually want to touch on something that was earlier in the presentation, but it's the reference to our partnerships with the provincial and federal government on funding programs, and I think I can't remember if it was Mr. Hague or Mr. Lockenbach that referenced the fact that we've staff have been working hard in terms of making sure we access any grants that we can, and something that we continue to do. And we know in both the provincial and federal budgets there were a number of things that were highlighted that either continue existing programs, reprofile some existing programs, and in fact others that add some new dollars, particularly as far as housing enabling infrastructure goes, both provincially and federally, which was good to see. But I think I wouldn't be in saying that and using this opportunity to once again express appreciation both to the federal government in Ottawa and the provincial government in Toronto for the success that we've had in obtaining key funding for a rapidly growing community like ours. I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the fact that as cities, we do need a new fiscal framework going forward. The reality is, and I know we've all said it before, but I think it bears mentioning again, that as we go forward and we continue to recognize that as cities we're dealing with a very different basket of goods, very different challenges today in the 21st century than we dealt with in the 19th century when Canada first came together in 1867 and responsibilities were divided up between federal, provincial, and territorial and municipal governments. And we were, made essentially children of the province in the BNA Act. The reality is that we are increasingly dealing with very complex problems without the fiscal resources to adequately address them. And it really is important. And I understand there's various geopolitical and geoeconomical challenges that you know, the federal and provincial governments are dealing with, not the least of which is our neighbor, or the current administration, not our neighbor, to the south of us. The reality is this is a conversation that needs to start to happen in a more meaningful and substantive way. It's not going to get resolved overnight. It doesn't require constitutional changes, some would say, is necessary for it to happen. It just requires the goodwill of, let's say, 15 different government bodies, the 10 provinces, 3 territories, the federal government, and then FCM on behalf of Canada's cities and communities. So I just wanted to make that point again, emphasize it, but also, you know, express some appreciation for what we've achieved, and also, you know, offer a pitch to our federal and provincial partners to look favorably upon future applications coming their way.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the continued advocacy. I think we would all agree, and you're right, and we have to repeat it, especially every budget and every other opportunity we have, because we've been asking, all these municipalities have been asking for a long time, and we really do need to see some movement on this. Councillor Ivins.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor, for bringing that up, because I think that raises a very valid concern, and I know in particularly with at the regional level, like, there's a lot of funding that's being, you know, the municipalities taking the burden. Something's got to give. The municipalities can't just keep taking, you know, hitting the taxpayer like homeowners on property taxes, when it should be distributed through some other form of whatever process to make it more equitable.
Thank you, Councillor Singh.
I just want to build upon Mr. Mayor's comments. I think you know, hitting it spot on, and his advocacy on behalf of the City of Kitchener has been ongoing. I think a lot of our successes in procuring the grants from different orgs of government and highlighting, I think, the inefficiency of just the way municipalities are able to tax to meet our need of our infrastructure spending, or more importantly, the replacement. It's just almost impossible for a municipality under our current tax system to be able to effectively meet that deficit that exists in infrastructure. We just don't have the capacity, and it does need to be a national or provincial kind of restructuring for us to be able to do it. And so going back to what Mayor Vrbanovic has said, he has been a very effective voice around that table in the Big City Mayor's Caucus, along FCM, along with our provincial and federal partners, and we have been quite lucky of the acumen in articulating that argument on behalf of Kitchener and cities across. But also it's important, the reason why I'm saying it is, we're very lucky, and I hope he stays for another 2-3 terms. But there will be a time that someone new coming in may not have effective voice as does Mayor Vrbanovic. So we do need to, I think, internally build that very robust government relations team and structure. We've done that. This council has supported that. I'm really glad, and I think the $200 million that has come our way over the last 5 years is a product of that effective investment. So we need to continue building that in-house, that whoever the mayor is, and of course council, that GR team is there effectively continue on championing the things for the city of Kitchener.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. Mayor Vrbanovic.
Thanks, Councillor Singh, for those comments. And so I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge both the team in our office, particularly Shannon Weaver as our Chief of Staff, but also the team in Dan's office in terms of Justin Watkins and Sloan Swayze, who have been doing a great deal of work on these files. And then as we get into you know, the various initiatives, there's departmental teams, for example, that get very involved in both planning, in infrastructure services. We talk about things like the disaster mitigation fund, planning in terms of the housing accelerator fund, and the I keep wanting to say building.
CCD.
Yeah, building capacity fund. I keep wanting to say best friends forever, but the building capacity fund, Chapman, and then other initiatives that staffed a lot of effort into both. And then in the finance department, there's some staff working for Mr. Lottenbach that kind of guided these applications through the processes. So I do want to acknowledge all of them and the role that they play in all of this.
Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Hagee, I'm going to suggest you just go straight through to development charges, and then we'll pause there for questions. Okay? So go through debt and great to
So debt and reserves, or debt reserves and DCs?
and DCs, yeah.
Okay, all three?
Yeah.
Sure. So debt is relatively short. Just a reminder, the city does issue debt we can only do it for capital projects, so we can't debt finance a deficit, operating deficit, but we can for capital projects, and we do. And as has already been mentioned, once we have issued the debt, it is locked in as far as term, rate, and all those sorts of things. We just have to follow the payment schedule as it goes along. This graph shows the debt forecast for the next number of years, as well as some history on it. You can see that the debt load was coming down for a number of years, and then you see kind of the blue crest that pops it back up. That blue crest relates to development charge debt. And so we're issuing debt for development charge projects like the Cowan Recreation Center and some other large engineering infrastructure, roads and sanitary infrastructure. And that's increasing over the next few years, and then it will be paid off over a number of years. And just a reminder that even though that debt load is going up, those costs are to be paid by DCs. So it has no impact on taxpayers. It will be paid for by future development charge projects or returns. As far as reserve funds go, the city has a reserve fund policy. The reserves are savings accounts, essentially, that we have for things that we know are coming up in the future and some unplanned things in case those happen. I was just reflecting on this weekend. I've got a kid that's 17 in grade 12, and I've been saving his RESP for a number of years. So we've been doing that for 15 years. But over the summer, I found out I needed a new roof. And so I have some money set aside for that as well. And it means that I don't have to go into a line of credit to pay for either of those things, or things that we've planned for personally and built up. The city's been doing that likewise on a number of fronts for a number of years. And so we have strong reserve balances, which are generally positive. So that's quite good news for us. The reserve funds are governed by a reserve fund policy that we've had for more than a decade. And that policy has a number of principles in it, things that we follow. So we only use reserve funds for their intended use. We don't, take from one to fund something else. We try to maintain positive balances in all reserves, and we have minimum and maximum targets. We also have an overall structure that governs it. And so we'll talk about our reserve funds over the next few slides in kind of different categories, as shown on this slide here. First are stabilization reserves. And like in a previous operating budget we talked about, there's on the enterprise forecast, they have a similar structure as far as the picture goes. We have that with reserves as well. The blue bars show the balance in the reserves, and the red and green lines show our minimum and maximum targets. So ideally, we want the blue line or blue bars to be within the red and green, which is exactly what you see here in the stabilization reserves. The stabilization reserves deal with operating surpluses and deficits. So as I mentioned earlier today, when we have money left over at the end of the year, we put it in the appropriate stabilization reserve, and that helps offset a future year when we have a deficit. You can see that we've got decent funds available in all of them. In fact, all of the stabilization reserves are in a positive, with the exception of golf, which we've already talked about here today. Corporate reserves are next. And those help stabilize the costs of different corporate-wide programs, like this sick leave and insurance. These reserves as a whole are under target, but are positive and trending the right way. You see the blue lines getting a little bit taller, so that's good news for us. Program-specific reserves fund specific programs within the city. And the balance in these reserves are positive, but you see they're somewhat volatile. The blue bars kind of jump around a little bit. The reason for that is the main reserve in this is EDIF 2.0, and that's dependent on the timing and amount of land sales. So those are more uncertain than a lot of other things that we have going on, so it depends when we're able to sell a piece of land and what value we get for it. We're forecasting that out. We don't believe that we're going to be 100% on that, but that's why the bars go up and down a little bit. Next are the capital reserve funds. And those are used to fund capital programs, so to supplement the capital pool or transfers from the different utilities. These balances are coming down over the next little while, so we're employing some of the capital funding that we've already built up and using that to fund our capital program, but you see they build up a little bit towards the end of the forecast. Again, they're a bit under target, but overall trending positively. And finally are the obligatory reserve funds. These are ones that we have to have by legislation. We're required to. All of the other ones previous are discretionary and based on council policy. The only reserve in this way that's a major concern is development charges, which we're going to be talking about next. We see that those are overall, the trend in obligatory reserve funds is going down and then coming up a little bit, but it's specifically related to DCs that we see that downward trend. So we'll talk about DCs next. Just a reminder about what they are. Oh, sure.
Thanks. Just very quickly, I noticed that there's a CCPF reserve there.
Yes.
Is that just because we get some money and we have to hold it in a special account for a period of time? Or is that because, is that all of the former gas tax, now CCPF, now whatever it's called?
Yes.
Money and we then just transfer out into capital projects?
Right. So yeah, the amount we have to have a separate reserve fund under legislation for it, and we get about $7 million a year, and we spend, on average around $7 million a year, but the timing is not perfect. So we have to hold funds in a segregated reserve fund. And again, if we have a surplus in a project that was funded by CCBF, we need somewhere to put the money. And so it goes in there. So we generally keep a low balance, but it's never zero.
Okay, so yeah, but basically it's all the CCBF money goes in there, and then,
yes.
And then we use it to pay bills that are eligible as we go along with the various projects.
We would allocate it to the project and then pay the bills, but yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Singh?
Yeah, it's just, I think the chart where it shows the overall reserves and between the minimum and the maximum, I think overall, looking at the picture, we are in a very
sorry, Councillor Singh.
Sorry?
Yes, oh, sorry, go ahead. My bad. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I'm thinking DCs. Go ahead.
Oh, can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, it's just, we are in a fairly healthy state. I think it's good financial prudence planning. The fact that our tax rates have been below the average rate of inflation, while still we are building up fairly healthy, healthy reserves. I don't want to say filthy healthy, but I guess you would say both ways. We're doing pretty well. So will there be a time where we start adjusting that a little bit when we're approaching the maximum threshold? We are fairly closer up to it now already, or we just just for a rainy day we continue on with the same strategy. Like at what point do we look at it and say, hey, perhaps we need to reprioritize?
So through the chair, we've already demonstrated that specifically like in the building enterprise. We have a strong, healthy balance in that reserve. We've been able to hold the building fees flat, And we're actually planning to have a deficit next year. So we're planning to draw that down. So that means because we have a strong reserve position, we don't have to increase those fees. We would look at it similarly in lots of other programs or in various utilities when the rates are coming forward. We look at what we already have in reserve to figure out, okay, could we shave a little bit off the rate increase in order to do that and manage appropriately.
So one of the things looking back, and I regret a little bit, is during COVID when interest rates were near zero. We had the capacity to borrow at that time at very low rates, and to be able to meet some of, pay for it now, spend it now, pay for it later kind of approach. But it was in the slide. Again, interest rates went to skyrocket, but they're starting to come back down the way the economy is going. Will we be looking at those type of opportunities more advantageously going forward? Because we do have significant deficits in our infrastructure requirements, especially facilities across the board, especially if there's dollars available from the federal government for stimulus funding. Would we leverage on those opportunities? Like, does our strategy currently already incorporates that approach of looking, or do we need to readdress it so that we're future ready?
Sure. So we have looked at that, and actually this year we're planning to not issue any capital pool debt. So there's a transfer from operating, and we're taking the revenues or the dividend transfers from the gas utility and the hydro utility. We're not planning to issue any capital pool debt at all in this year. So we are adjusting to kind of the market conditions and our reserve balances.
Will we adjust to when interest rates are really low to leverage the opportunity to borrow when the interest rates are a lot more advantageous for us?
Yeah, if we get into that environment again, we would advance that discussion with council.
Okay, I think we have to start looking at it early on rather than immediately in that market. So I think it's something that we can be better, more nimble and better able.
Mr. Law. So through the chair, the one thing I would say is we have done that in terms of the strategy. When you look at debt that was approved by council, we held off of issuing that debt knowing that when rates went through the roof, that they were going to start to come down. So we started issuing some of that debt later and using our cash flow to balance that. And so that is something we do. We look at when we can fund things at the right moment. Certainly with reserves, the other thing that we made in terms of change to policy was around, as we see reserves getting over the minimum, we're actually splitting any surpluses that happens either in the tax operations or in the enterprises 50-50 in terms of splitting that to capital. So we're trying to address our capital needs, which we know is kind of the greatest area that we need to be focused on by some of those policy changes. So you will see that we have been making those steps, and it's certainly something that we'll continue to do as we go ahead.
And so that's where my direction of questioning was going to be going in the tax stabilization reserve fund. We're in a healthy position. And I remember, during my time at council, the last 10 years, we went from a couple million. Now we're sitting at 24 million. So we do have the capacity to borrow perhaps from that reserve. Even the debt servicing could come at. Chair, if I just ask one quick question. The interest income that comes into tax stabilization reserve, does that interest income stay within the reserve, or does that go back to operating?
Through the chair, that stays within the tax stabilization reserve fund.
Okay, so we're in a pretty healthy position. So again, that's something we could look at, where the interest income could be something that's used to offset the debt interest. I think it's a future conversation, Mr. Chair, but I think it's something where we are in a very healthy position. We can start looking at other opportunities too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Hayes.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Davey and Ryan. Speaking on behalf of reserves and knowing that we're, relatively doing well with our reserves, I'd be curious to know how we compare our reserves to other municipalities and how they are.
Mr. Chapman.
Through the chair, one of the top level indicators that we've always looked at is the debt to reserve ratio. So that's the amount that we hold in debt versus the amount we hold in reserve. And the benchmark that we've looked at is a ratio of 1. So for every dollar you have in debt, there's a dollar in reserve. And we've seen most of our competitors are at or above that level. We were way below that level for many years with EDIF debt and low reserves. We got to a better position than 1-to-1. And what you'll see over the next 5 years is we'll fall below that number again. We'll approach $200 million in debt and $150 million in reserves. So we'll be below that benchmark and likely lower than our competitors. And so it's not
not a serious situation, but we will have less flexibility than our comparators would on average based on that higher debt load and that lower reserve position.
Sorry, clarification if I could. Is that ex-DC debt or is
that's total?
Okay, so should, and I guess like from our vantage, should we, like presumably DC debt will be paid off by DC sources. So in terms of taxpayer exposure, should we be worried about that?
There was a time when I'd be less worried about that, but I think given the uncertainty around development charge legislation, there is an extreme outside risk that if council were to say that you can no longer collect, let's say, soft service indoor DC recreation revenues or collect them at a much lower rate, we would still have to service that debt. And in the worst case scenario, that debt would need to be serviced from a tax supported budget source. And so, you know, I do think it does speak to the need for maintaining flexibility and some margin.
Okay, I thought that was only camping along. Sorry, but
I'm not criticizing on the way how we're doing our debts, and I just want to make sure comparatively through other municipalities how we're doing, and more than less to showcase that we are doing everything right, and we're still physically responsible when it comes to our taxes.
Apologies, no, you go ahead.
Through the chair, I think, so that's a good point. And maybe I can qualify my comment by saying, I think we were in a relative position of strength before we had to take on the significant DC debt. And I think we'll see other counterparts having to issue significant debt for the same reason, development charges. And so I think all municipalities will be in the same position. And again, we won't be far off that mark of 1-to-1 debt to reserve, but we are, you know, that ratio is declining over the next couple of years.
Again, sir, just before we let it go to like, you don't have to provide it, but I would be interested in seeing the debt to reserve X DC debt as well. Obviously, we're very positive in that respect, but I'm curious how that specifically compares to municipalities as a debt is available. Anyway, there are no further questions, Mr. Nagy.
So DCs, or development charges, are the next topic that we're going to consider. So as a reminder, the DCs are fees that are imposed for growth-related infrastructure. The basic idea is that growth should pay for growth, and so they're charged on new builds and expansions to existing properties. There has been a whole lot of legislative change in DC land during this term of council, honestly. And so that includes the vast majority of it, as far as the financial picture goes, has been detrimental to municipalities. So there are new exemptions that didn't exist at the start of this term of council. There are deferrals reductions in charges that did not exist at the start of this term of council. And there's later payments for DC revenue. So even though we're getting the same money in some cases, it's further out. And all that did not exist just a few years ago. I'd mentioned during the obligatory reserve funds that DCs were the kind of major impactor on that. And you can see that in this graph, that things are negative and planning to go down over the next little while. We see that that will kind of increase back up over the next few years and make the deficit a bit smaller. And this is with issuing DC-related debt. So if we were not issuing debt, this graph would look much, much worse than it does right now. Just to highlight a few things that staff did in advance of this, we made some adjustments to the capital forecast to help deal with the DC deficit that we're seeing. We've looked at the timing of projects and deferred some things out. There's just the actual timing that we think we can move forward with some projects has been delayed a little bit, and so we've moved those projects out in the DC forecast. And we've reduced or removed funding for some projects based on updated work plans or the needs for that work. And as a reminder, we're collecting DCs under the current DC bylaw, which this council passed in 2022, and it runs until mid-2027. We're planning to come back this upcoming year to council for direction on what to do as far as our DC bylaw. So we would typically be coming forward and getting direction to open up a DC study and start the work on that. We want to have a discussion with council about whether we should do that work or whether we should look at taking our DC bylaw and just extending it for the next 5 years or some other period. There's an opportunity to do that. The legislative framework keeps changing. We've had some initial discussions with the consultant that has prepared our last number of DC bylaws, and so we have a bit of an informed position about that. We're not looking for direction about that today or through this budget process. It's a conversation we want to have with council in the spring, but one to let you know that that's something that's coming. That is it on DCs as far as the presentation.
Very good. A couple of questions. First, Councillor Goodell.
Thank you, Chair Davey. A few years ago, when the DCs were changed this way, that one the other way, the provincial government indicated they would make municipalities whole in front of being lost. Like, is there talk of that anymore, or is that kind of gone?
Through the chair, I haven't heard that language in a couple of years now. There are funds that have come from the provincial government related to it. I believe BFF was already referenced, and that is the Building Faster Fund is one of the funds that comes from the province that is related to housing and housing enabling infrastructure. So there definitely have been funds that have come that way. I don't know that I would say that all municipalities have been made whole, or Kitchener specifically.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair Davey, and thank you for explaining development charges to us. As you know, it's been like trying to follow a bouncing ball over the last while. I'm wondering if we could do something similar to what our communications department has done around explaining, the difference in our taxes, like how much the region gets, the city, the school boards, etc. Because I'm finding from it isn't that do we have a spot on our website where we talk about development charges? Because I hear from residents that they'll say things like, why aren't you just paying for this through development charges? You guys get so many development charges. It's not clear because it's very hard for people to follow.
So through the chair, we do have a video, I forget how many, it's a few minutes, just generally talking about development charges, how they're levied and how they, what the types of things they fund. If we were to get more specific, based on the legislative changes the last little bit, we probably have to update the video like every year or every 6 months. But there is one that exists that's a few minutes long and does a general overview of DCs.
For that, so is it linked on our website?
Yeah, it's definitely on the DC page. I believe it's linked on our budget page. They're down it's down at the bottom. I don't think it's been featured anytime recently.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's maybe just something to think about because
Sure.
it does cause a lot of confusion with residents who think that we have a lot more, and also the fact that the things are coming to fruition. So definitely not getting them the same way that we used to. Thank you.
Yeah, it's just challenging. I think we have a lot more. The actual figures is going to be negative 200 million per period. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, looking at the DC reserve, being in a negative position, it looks like a very serious, dire circumstance. But just to get some better nuance from it, now we have built a facility that's like $150 million. We are building a fire hall that's going to be like $10 million. We built maybe two community centers in the Southwest. We built, helped build the library. Like a lot of this large infrastructure spending is already done, right? We're not really going to be looking at something significant anytime soon. So some of that debt that we have, which is needing to borrow that money because we need to build that infrastructure now, because we didn't have the money, but over time it'll get paid off through the DCs, but our position will get better on its own as well, right?
Pardon? Yes. Yeah, so through the chair, that's correct. We in the last 5-7 years, we built a number of indoor recreation facilities. And I guess if people think we're going to keep that pace, we're not going to be able to afford it. To do that, we need to pay off the things that we've been doing right now. Indoor recreation is one of the major drivers in the negative DC forecast, and so we will need to pay that off over the next number of years.
No, understandably, but we don't have to build at that pace. Like the need is done.
Yes.
In that growth area. So those community centers are built, the rec facility is built, we don't need to create another rec facility. But what I'm saying is we can over time build in a DC bylaws to be able to pay off that debt, unless we choose to start building up a lot of other additional infrastructure.
Yes, so through the chair, the next time we do our DC bylaw update, we'll essentially have a project that is pay off debt. And that will be one of the things, so that will count against whatever cap we have. So when we calculate what DCs we can charge, the services there's a service cap in place based on historical usage and whatnot. We'll have to pay off existing projects before we can consider, something new or the next thing.
And if you start seeing a lot more infill development, can that help offset some of the negative DC reserves? Because we would be taking money in for DCs, but for infrastructure that's already kind of built.
Yeah, through the chair, yes. So infill generally is seen as more desirable, and that you probably already have some of the infrastructure in place. So that works well for things like underground pipes, as long as you don't need to upsize. But population is population, whether it's in a greenfield area or a more built-up area. And so if they're going to put demand on our indoor recreation, outdoor recreation, it may change specifically what park or community center they're going to, but it will still be a strain on the system.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Actually, just on that point too. Yeah, infill's helpful. There's the urban area gets a discount in DC though too, right? So there's a bit of a trade-off there to some degree.
Yes.
Yeah, just back in the reserves in general, like there's been a lot of rhetoric, like province-wide. Are most, like, from what I'm understanding, are most municipalities like in a surplus position, significant? Are they carrying significant balances in their DC reserves? Because this is sort of like what I'm hearing through meeting other sources in terms of municipalities sitting on billions of dollars or whatever. Is that really just a unique position that we just have to take our mortgage out now, or others are planning on taking it in the future?
Yeah, through the chair, it varies well across the province. It depends kind of where you are. I know from what I've heard, kind of the discussion with developers specifically around the GTA is that those municipalities are taking in a lot of DCs and not building things. And so that's getting us into some of the legislative quandaries that we are, because the perception is that people are paying DCs for a service and then essentially not getting it because it's not being built. I would say that's not the case in our area. We've demonstrated on indoor rec that we're doing it. We're advancing projects kind of in the engineered services so that we can unlock lands to build. So I think we have a pretty good reputation. I would say it's not exactly the same with all municipalities.
Okay, and just before I leave it to that, I just want to remind everyone, because I'll be reminding everyone for the next forever. Mr. May was very clear when we made the addition, added the addition onto the recreation complex to gymnasium, that we cannot afford and should not expect any major recreation facilities in the foreseeable future. So we just want to make sure we manage those expectations.
I might insert a slide to that effect next year and just leave it up there for the next decade or so. Nothing new.
Sorry.
Just to be clear, beyond what's already in the capital forecast, includes Rockaway and the Forest Heights expansion and the Rockaway expansion.
That is an important distinction.
So I just want to make sure
nothing new in the park. Okay, Strag, there's no one else in the queue. Please continue.
So just a couple more slides, just going over the capital budget content, and we're approaching what is often called the page flip, the capital forecast. Just want to point out a couple new things that you may see as you've been going through it. I'd already alluded to it when we were talking about funding sources, but there are a number of capital lines that have been removed from the capital forecast and moved to operating. Just the nature of them, they were a lot more operating in substance, and so it didn't make sense to have them in the capital budget, so they've been moved over to operating. And as I mentioned, that means that our capital budget has gone down in regards to that, and the operating budget has gone up. It's just a complete offset. No new money or money adjustments. It's just where it shows up in the budget. And for a number of general provision accounts, those are projects where we kind of put money away for each year. And so usually across the forecast, you'd see it out for all 10 years. We've broken out the first year as its own project. It makes it simpler for us when we're trying to account for things and understand how long money's been in an account and if it's being used wisely and timely manner. So that will look a little bit different on the capital pages. Otherwise, the capital budget should look very similar to what council's used to seeing as far as, you know, the project names, new things having a check mark beside it. There's some things in the type column that indicate whether it's a road reconstruction that has sidewalks or not, and how good the quality of estimates for a project is. Again, A means that the funding, or sorry, that the estimate for the project is better than if it was a B or a C. So we're more confident in the overall pricing for those larger projects if it shows that. That is the end of what I was planning on presenting, Mr. Chair, and the remainder would be generally to go through the capital forecast and see if there are questions.
Okay, folks, so we're in the called the page flip section. So we're on page appendix C90, and I'll take any questions on C90. Queue up here, sorry. On C90, Councillor Chapman.
So what do you mean by
The appendix C, page 90. I was planning on going through, yeah, so I'm gonna, like, staff have highlighted anything over $250,000. So we're gonna flip through these for any specific questions on that. If you have any questions, anything that we missed afterwards, or if it happens to be in the same area, you can ask at the same time.
Okay, I don't have C90. Mine doesn't go up to C90.
Your capital, it's in the capital, it's in the package you should have got today on your desk.
Yeah, it goes up to C57, doesn't it?
Appendix, sorry, appendix.
Just to clarify, Mr. Chair, yeah.
Yeah, find it.
I was going to say, Councillor Chapman, it's the presentation slide deck. It continues the numbering.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, sorry. So no, I don't have anything there.
Nothing on C90? So there's fire and 2 golf items now. Okay, then we'll go on to the next page, C91. I'm just gonna go through this a little slowly because folks are trying to catch up. So we're does everyone know where we are? Yeah? Councillor Chapman?
Yeah, I'm a bit confused. So we jumped from C8 to C2327. So what about anything else between those two? So I want to focus about here. We jumped from
okay, so here's the jump. So okay, sorry, Councillor Chapman, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm looking at page C10, and I just want confirmation that we will continue to have winter rinks and that this is moved to the operating budget.
Answer this one. Through the chair, those winter rinks were added in, so that's the construction of a few new rinks. That was added in, I believe it was 2 budgets ago. There was a series of new winter rinks that were added. So the addition program, or additional rinks, that stops after next year. But yes, there's operating funding for them to continue running.
Okay, I think this is still within this page range. C13, I'm just noticing that, well, no, this is from 20 to the 2025 budget, sorry. There's nothing under sports to do with aquatics and athletics. I was just wondering where they disappeared to. Maybe they've all gone to operating. The number C13 is irrelevant here because this was from the 2025 budget, a page I pulled out. So under sports, you've got arenas, you've got KMAC, you've got, I guess, just the two, and there's nothing to do with aquatics and athletics.
Through the chair, from what I recall, there was a small capital provision that has been moved over to operating. So it was to replace some of the equipment in some of the pools, and that's been moved over to operating.
Okay, maybe you can just confirm that with me, David.
Sure.
Yeah, so it's going back to C13 in the 2025 budget. Thank you. And the last one, I think it's still within this range. And I presume this has gone to the operating budget that had to do with the RISE funding on page C15. It looks like it ends at the end of 2026.
Ms. Robb?
Through the chair, yes, the RISE funding is capital funding, and so it's an annual allocation. As you'll recall, Yesenia Torres came and talked about the fact that it is fully funded through 2026, and the plans are to review the grant and determine an ongoing future sustainable funding beyond 2027 and beyond. So next year's allocation is $150,000 for RISE.
And then we'll hopefully have something coming forward after that for subsequent years. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Singh, just a reminder, folks, so if it helps too, instead of, I'm looking at page C91, but on the flip, anything up to page C35 is what we're asking questions on. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. This is C10 on outdoor winter rinks. I see for the next 2 years, 2026 and 2027. I mean, others have made comments that over time we would like to see, a water infrastructure and electricity infrastructure in our various different neighborhood parks. Is there a reason why we're only doing it for 2 years, or what's the rationale around it? I'm sure there is some.
Mr. Hildebrand, go
ahead. Through you, Chair Davies. As Mr. Haggie said, about 2 budgets ago, we came forward with a number of winter rinks that weren't completed. This shows we put money in the budget up to the point where we finish off the winter rinks, and then we're going to review after this is completed. We're going to review if there's other parks that still need winter rinks, and if there are, we're going to issue paper forward at that time.
So we would address it to the 2027 budget.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Chapman?
Yeah, thank you. C34. I noticed that any funding for heritage resources, property grants, etc., only goes up to 2026. I wonder if you could comment on that, please.
So through the chair, I'll take a stab at that one. So the funding is there in the other years, but as I mentioned, we broke out the first year. So if you look, there will be heritage resources is the 2026 is the third line down, but then it's about 2/3 of the way down the page, all the other years. So it totally exists across the forecast. Just first year is broken out. And I was able to confirm with staff about the aquatics money that was moved to operating. So it still exists. It just is not in capital anymore.
Okay, and thank you for clarifying the heritage base.
No problem.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Drill.
Thank you, Chair Dave. C6, I guess it would go in general with any procurement equipment, personal protective equipment. I know we've put a greater emphasis on Buy Ontario, Buy Canada. So when we're buying stuff like PPE, are we specifically purchasing from Canadian or Ontario suppliers, or are we still looking at the cheapest cost?
Fire procurement question, Chief. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Through the chair, yes, we are dealing with a company that is Canadian, and it goes through the procurement process. So we have a contract for, I can't remember exactly how much longer, but 2 more years, I believe.
So I guess, I don't know if somebody else wants to answer that. Outside of PP, like are we actively looking at procurement from Canadian or our Ontario resources?
Mr. Lau. So through the chair, definitely that is something that we're looking at. And 98% of what we procure is through Ontario-based suppliers or businesses. And so we do support generally, mostly local in terms of what we're purchasing. There's also recent legislation that was just introduced that we need some time to look at in terms of what it means for municipalities in terms of Buy Ontario, and so that's coming as well. But our procurement team is focused on understanding what are those things that we do source from different areas, and are there alternatives that we can source that might be Canada first in terms of looking at those options.
Okay, I guess my question would be that, so when we're looking at budgets such as this, and we know Canadian, North American made tend to be a little bit more pricier than some of our Chinese made or made in India. And so when we're looking at our budget for next year and going forward, like, do we put that in the cost somewhere that it's possible it could be more, not knowing, obviously, and not knowing the cost of the purchase price?
So through the chair, that is something that we do with departments in terms of looking at the budget every year, making sure that what they have as an allocation is sufficient for what they're planning to purchase. So when we're thinking about equipment and those kind of things, there is a regular review that happens to know what does inflation look like in those pieces of equipment, where is the supply of particular equipment, so if you're thinking about fleet vehicles or those kind of things. So it is something that we do as part of the annual process.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair Davey. I'm looking on page C35, and on this page there are 4 different entries for traffic calming. So traffic calming 2026, small scale traffic calming 2026, another traffic calming, and another small scale traffic calming. Can you, maybe we need Mr. Cronkite here for this, but I'm wondering if you can say what those are.
Mr. Reedman's going to take a stab at it.
Through the chair, and so the main traffic calming line covers our Vision Zero program, and so that's the spot improvements and the work that happens through that. So the small scale traffic calming is the flexi signs and the speed markers, and then sorry, was there another one that you referenced as well?
Yeah, there's 4 of them there. I'm not sure. So there's 2 entries for traffic calming and 2.
I think the other two are kind of like the heritage thing that Mr. Haggie pointed out. They've just broken it out for 2026, but they just duplicated for future years.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay. Maybe Mr. Reedman, you can say if that means any changes in 2026 to the traffic calming program.
Through the chair, so there's no recommended significant changes at this point in time. We are awaiting news from the province on the provincial road safety funding, and so we anticipate to be included in the second wave of funding announcements. And so once we understand what that is, that could be something that we use to top up some of our existing traffic calming programs.
Yeah, that was going to be my part 2 question. If the city on its own would be eligible for some of that traffic calming money, or would all of that be going to the region? Do we know?
Through the chair, so the first wave went to the region, and then the second wave we anticipate coming to municipalities like ours.
Yeah, I'm really interested in having a robust conversation around that whenever that comes in. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Singh.
Yeah, similar to Councillor Johnston, a number of us have continually spoken about this, about the just general speed calming measures. We've been quite supportive of the hotspot program, but again, it doesn't address a lot of the streets in our various different neighborhoods. And I personally, along with others, have been quite strong advocate of the small scale traffic calming. I know that we have a one-time $1 million capital allocation. I don't really want to necessarily touch that through this one, but can we get some confidence that we may in the 2026 year be able to broaden that flexi pole program, where many inner cities that are single median delineator doesn't necessarily meet the need, but if you have 3, that does have a effective calming so that we can operationally it's not a considerable uptake because you're going there anyways. You're just installing 3 as opposed to 1. But going to 2026, I really want to see something. I think I'm seeing a nodding of the heads from others as well.
Mr. Reed.
Through the chair, so we do find that the sign with the additional 2 flexi stakes on either side is more effective than a series of signs in a row. And so I know staff works with council on locations, and so our recommendation would be to talk about, can we, use those 3 poles across the road profile versus sort of 3 in a row. But my recommendation would be to see what comes from the province on this, because we may have the ability to add additional side delineators installation in 2026 with additional funding.
So is that going to be in 2026 though? Would that be our next round? So initial money goes to the region, but then hopefully we get something in 2027, or are we pretty certain we'll get something in 2026?
Through the chair, so I'm not certain on the timing for the next phase of rollout for funding, but if it is in 2026, we would work with councillors on the small scale traffic calming in particular to make sure that we're attempting to meet the needs as much as possible.
Okay, so the thing is, we don't have enough. So when there's 3 in a row, putting it all in one spot, it doesn't meet all the need across the ward. So my question is, could we look at a higher allocation, hoping that we're going to get that extra funding from the province, so we'll be made whole. Otherwise, we may end up having a variance, but again, hopeful that we will get our part of the pie. Is that a way of us budgeting to 2026? Because I would prefer to see something 2026.
Through the chair, and so this does have staffing implications, because even though it is just adding additional flex stakes at locations, so there's cost implications as well as potential staffing implications on that.
For the install, you mean?
Correct, because it does require additional time at each location to add the extra 2 flex posts, and so that does delay the crew on their deployment at any given time.
Yeah, I indicated in an email to council yesterday, it wasn't the very bottom of the email in case you missed it, but there was an issue paper on this budget or 2 ago where staff essentially said that they're at capacity for installations, and future installations would require additional staffing, and I believe the amount was around $200,000. Again, and that would be that would be an operating cost, right, and ongoing. So I mean,
Could staff recirculate that, please? We could look at then on final budget day amendments, provided Mr. Mayor is amenable in looking at any amendments. But I think this is something that has been an ongoing advocacy by many of us, and we have been patient, but we know what works, and this is something that works in our wards, and so we don't necessarily want to wait too long ahead without directing staff on something that we think is very important.
Yeah, through the chair, we can certainly circulate that memo.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Michaud.
Thank you. I want to thank Councillor Johnson and Councillor Singh for bringing this forward. We have been waiting a long time, 7 years exactly. And I'm really actually disappointed that it hasn't given more attention and more support here. So I'm hoping this comes back to budget day with something a little more. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing anyone else in the queue. So we'll do the next section from pages up to page 57. So the highlighted portions are on page C92, but we're taking any questions up to page 57. Actually, that covers the next few pages here. And actually that completes the capital. So are there any other questions on the capital page of items? I'm not seeing any questions. I believe that concludes. So I'm going to ask for a final, was there anything missed today that anyone wanted to raise with respect to the budget? Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, I just have 2 questions. The first one has to do with the city assets. I was just wondering, in 2025, the budget referred to $9.8 billion worth of assets, and this year it's 15.1 billion. That seems like a dramatic jump, and I was just wondering how that comes to be.
Sure. So through the chair, the difference is we updated our asset management plans in earlier this year in 2025, and we got better asset registries, so we have better information about what we have. We got updated valuations of things, and so that's why there's that big of a jump. I don't anticipate we're going to see anything like that probably ever again. We're going to, be more methodical and stay on top of it. So that number will change over time, but it will not jump like that.
Right. Okay, thank you. And my other question has to do, and I presume this would have to come out of the operating budget, but I know we're expecting staff to come back with a report on the possibility of introducing a rent eviction bar. And I think there are a lot of expenses that we've talked about around that. And ways that it could be done creatively. But is there anything in the budget that would, if council decided to go ahead with the rent eviction bylaw, is there anything in the budget, presumably the operating section of the budget, that would address this bylaw if we were to pass one?
I'm not overly familiar with I know that there's something coming back, but I'm not familiar, so I'll look to others to answer.
Ms. Rob?
We're still working through the engagement and consultation phase, so there's nothing in the 2026 budget that I would be able to speculate for right now.
So typically that would happen, I guess, correct me if I'm wrong, staff, but if there was some sort of allocation that was happening in 2026, it would just be an overreach that we dealt with in the subsequent budget. Ms. Rob?
Yes, that's how we would deal with it, and we are conscious of the fact that we had committed to council that there'd be no new FTEs in 2026, so we're working on a program that would hopefully not include FTEs. It's too early to speculate on that, whether that would be possible.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Ruby. I'm wondering if there's any way that I can ask an operations question.
Yeah, this is
Okay, I didn't know if we were specifically focusing on this. And my question is speculative in nature, and that is with the changes coming from the region in terms of garbage collection, and what that might mean to the city in terms of our operating budget, with problems with the garbage collection, or people having got a small garbage container when they really needed a larger one, and we might see more dumping in our parks. We already know that along our different trail systems and that we're finding the dumping of garbage along the trails in our woods and things has become an issue that, because the region is making a change, then the city ends up dealing with. Have we built any budget into our budget in looking ahead to that maybe being an issue, or most likely being an issue?
Ms. McGold.
Yeah, so through the chair, we're monitoring the region's changes closely, and we're working with them on specific issues in the downtown in terms of the downtown BIA collection. We do anticipate operational pressures associated with that change and looking to minimize those. So that analysis work is underway. In fact, our staff are crunching numbers in terms of anticipation of that, but that would inform the 2027 budget. So so a couple of other pressures will be potentially on the downtown waste bins, where the region has proposed through their budget to remove that service. And so again, looking to understand the impact in terms of the city were to provide that service. We certainly believe removal of that service it would not be acceptable in terms of a service for our downtowns. And then to your point about littering and dumping, this is an ongoing issue that we have, and so we do put our resources currently towards it. We'll continue to monitor and assess the resource impacts, and then that will inform the 2027 budget.
Yeah, thank you. I guess included in that then is the Belmont BIA and the Belmont Village also included in, you know, as you're scoping out what might happen in 2027?
Yes, that's correct. The Belmont BIA is a part of the BIAs that are being assessed through this.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else? Councillor Singh?
Sorry, just apologize for making this a ward-specific request or bringing it up, but I think this is a citywide issue as well. Just for McLennan Park, I think Mr. Chapman and I did have a fulsome conversation regarding just the ongoing issues with, you know, not having the necessary facilities for various robust use of that park into 2026, ensuring that we have in the past looked at various different alternatives to the bathroom facilities there. We've gone from porta potties to trailers, and then we went back to porta potties. I would hope in 2026, until the completion of the master plan, and looking as a long-term alternative to what's there right now, that we look again at a trailer facility. Again, from participation, like through public feedback, what I received was that that was definitely the desired alternative compared to the porta potties.
Ms. McGoldrick?
So through the chair, Councillor Singh, we are looking at alternatives to the porta potties. We did, in fact, had sourced trailers to be installed this year. However, the tender value was much greater than we had anticipated, and so we continue to do work in terms of options, even looking at whether or not the existing facility could be repurposed. That's the brick and mortar facility. So staff are actively engaged both in parks and facilities at looking at bringing forward a better alternative than the porta potties, recognizing that the park amenities within McLennan Park are being assessed through the master plan for both Lions and McLennan Park.
Yeah, no question. I'm not talking about the long term. I'm really just addressing, again, as I said, this is a district park where residents from all the various wards do attend here. And their first impression of having to see 10 porta potties lined up and the varying different smells that originate from those porta potties is not an appetizing experience to families that go there. It's unfortunate that the tender was the recognizing issue, but I'm hoping whatever the case is, there are no issues and that we can, from a staff perspective, get a commitment towards the trailers as opposed to porta potties again. So I'm raising this now, I'll raise it again on budget day, and hopefully I would have support if staff need direct direction as well.
Okay, I am not seeing anyone else. Thank you. No one else with any other thoughts or comments? Okay, very good. So that concludes our budget. We will reconvene at 6 p.m. for public input. Thanks everyone for the great work.